Hey, everybody. Hey. I'm running, a minute late. I think I'll be fine now. Shout out to everybody in the chat. We are just getting started and getting everything set up. Welcome, everybody. Welcome. I wonder what court's going to be like today. So let's start right now. Shout out to everybody in the chat. I didn't even tell people I was live yet. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm getting all my tabs ready. Good morning. Good morning. Shout out to everybody. I'm getting all my tabs ready, my friends. My friends. How's everybody doing? I hope you guys are having a good morning. I have not had my first coffee yet. I'm still kind of like waking up too. We live now. Okay. Hey everybody. Good morning. Good morning. Let's get started. shout out to everybody in the chat. How's everybody doing? What are you guys drinking on? Let me know. Make sure you guys are hitting the like button, please, and thank you. I'm tired, y'all. I'm tired, but we gonna make this. It's Tuesday. It is only Tuesday. This is the long stretch. We're gonna get done. We're gonna see through the finish line. Okay. Welcome everybody. Today is day 29. It is June 24th, which is a Tuesday, 2025. Clearly, and already we are in court. They have actually been in court a lot earlier, right? And again, this is the U.S. versus Sean Diddy Combs case. Before the jury comes in, Mrs. Estavio for the defense says, as we submit overnight, we think it's relevant. Cassie Sext, okay, assuming it's a text and with an S, to Combs about what she wanted to do. AUSA Johnson for the government. These were acts with Mr. Combs in his office. They are simply not relevant. The judge says objection is sustained. So already they're starting arguments on messages, information, going back and forth on this. Judge says here, Mr. Combs is inquiring into what Miss Ventura was going to do, says the judge. And she replied, be your little freak. AUSA Johnson says Miss Ventura is asking Mr. Combs for explicit photo of himself. So it is about her boyfriend, says AUSA. Judge says here, I overruled the objection. So clearly they're hearing evidence already. Okay. Mrs. Stavio for the defense. Miss Ventura writes that she brought baby oil because she just couldn't stop herself. She was buying baby oil on her own. AUSA responds, we don't dispute she wanted to have S with her boyfriend. The judge says the baby oil purchase seems for a freak off. Okay. All right. Why, it just makes you wonder what they're arguing about. Now we know. They're arguing about the baby oil, what it was for, what was the purchase for it, a freak off. Even the judge said it seems like it was for a freak off. Okay. Which again, sounds like there might have been times where things were consensual. I don't think anybody's disputing that. Trying to see if he has a video for us because typically he'll upload one. The lawyers are starting in very spicy this morning, guys. Very, very spicy. Let's see. Inner City Press. That was 19 hours ago. I don't think he uploaded a video yet. It's interesting. Let's see if we have CNN updates. CNN says judge is on the bench. Okay. The last witness, of course, for the prosecution is this Joseph Sorcijo. He's expected to continue testimony today. Prosecutors are expected to rest their case today, guys. We read that a little bit in the transcripts yesterday. So prosecutors' last witness, Homeland Security Special Agent Joseph Sorcijo is expected to continue his testimony this morning. Defense attorney T. Garrigo said yesterday that she's about 1 hour and 15 minutes of additional time or additional questioning for Sorcijo. Okay, in this morning, the defense has indicated it intends to start and end its case today. End its case today after Sorcijo finishes testifying. Closing arguments are expected to run on Thursday and Friday. If I remember correctly, I think yesterday's transcript said that they were going to actually, like, the closing arguments is going to be about 4 hours long for the defense. So they're really going to take their time on closing arguments. Well, if they're not going to call any witnesses, I would hope that they would at least, do something about closing arguments. That's what I got to say. Welcome, everybody. Welcome. Note, these arguments are based on something Combs and Estevio submitted to the judge last night, but it is not in the docket exactly what we opposed to. We don't know what was submitted last night. And this is dated. Oh, this is something that the inner city press submitted. So there's a lot of things that it's not available to us as the public. You know what I mean? Thank you, Gordon. Yesterday by the way, I figured out why I was skipping. We were using Speechify, I think that's what it's called. And I figured out why it was skipping. And I think I need to tweak the document to remove the numbers because it kept telling us about Ecuadorian or Guatemalan pretzels or Quetzals or whatever. So I figured out that I need to tweak it, and I actually got Adobe to do it. So I think we're going to be good. I think we're going to be good. Honestly, it's going to be good. So we're going to get different voices to read the rest, and it'll be at a good speed too. So I just wanted to test it yesterday. But yeah. You said, oh, Lindell, I did get your comment. I screenshotted it, and I'll definitely check it out. You said, I think it's 4 hours for the prosecution and 4 hours for the defense, or 8 hours total. But if they're not calling in witnesses at all, dang. Like, okay. Wait, what is Waffles Biscuit talking about? Oh my God, y'all are funny in the comments. Shout out to everybody. You said pistachio sounds delicious right now. Miss Sheila, thank you so much for this coffee fun. I really do appreciate it. Let me put a heart in it. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Hello, finding your 40. How are you? Shout out to the beautiful UKians in the chat. I think that's gonna be my new word. The UKians. Shout out to we made that up yesterday. Shout out to the beautiful UKians in the chat. Welcome everybody. But I do wonder though, is it strategy or what in terms of why they're not calling more witnesses, or what do you guys make of it? Does the defense feel like they got this on lock? Maybe that's what it is. They feel like they got this on lock, so they don't feel like they need to call any more people out. Let me know. I don't know if I have a genre. I don't know if I have a favorite genre. I like listening to all kinds of music. So I don't know if I wouldn't say I have a favorite genre. I listen to a little bit of everything though. You think it's strategy? Okay, I think we have an update. Let's see what Inner City Press is saying. Oh, this is his video. Here we go. Let's watch a little bit.
Tuesday, June 24th. It's day 29 of the U.S. versus Sean Combs trial, and we're going in to cover it. Today, the defense case should begin. It should begin. The cross-examination of the U.S.'s final witness, Agent Cerciello, will continue. There were a lot of explicit videos shown. There were a lot of exhibits not shown on the screen yesterday. And today we'll finish, apparently with an hour and 15, according to Tenny Garagos, who's ended up doing most of the cross-examinations in this case. Then the jury will be let out for a bit for a Rule 29 motion. This takes place in every single trial once the government rests. The judge will rule on it. He's already sort of predicted. Again, you can't say. The odds of Rule 29 being granted seem quite low to me. But you just never know. And then the defense case will begin. But it's going to be short. And it seems that tomorrow will be the charge conference, i.e. deciding on what the jury will be told and on the verdict form. And then on Thursday, closing arguments. The big issue now is whether the jury will actually reach a decision before July 4th, which also includes July 3rd. So basically they'll have next week, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday to reach a verdict. Can they do it? Will they do it? We'll just have to see. We'll be there every day, reporting on the notes, if any, that they pass out, and etc. So we're covering this all the way. The week 6 books is out on Google Play, and week 7 is already underway after one day of week 7. So before getting to the courthouse, let me say today is election day here in New York City, primary. Widely, the biggest one people are looking at is Mamdani and Cuomo. And there won't really be a result probably tonight because of ranked choice voting. There are other ones. As we've noted, Anthony Weiner is running for a councilmanic seat. And there are other races that we've covered. You can find all. We were covered on Justin Brannon, actually, right here in Chinatown. He spoke in the large building behind me, Confucius Plaza. He spoke in a basement, and we wrote a story. He said that it was about Rikers Island. You can figure it out, because I want to rush on in larger. Eric Adams on primary day, since he's no longer running in the Democratic primary, is going to a crypto conference. More on that anon. Now, is there a ceasefire or isn't there? There was the bunker buster. Then there was the announcement of a ceasefire. Then there were some people kind of gleefully saying, the ceasefire is broken. Hadn't been broken yet because the deadline to actually cease hostilities hadn't been reached. We'll just have to see. Trump, on his way to the NATO meeting in The Hague, dropped the F-bomb. We tweeted it with a star, as we do in the Diddy trial. We say F*CK, just like that. Now, speaking of the United Nations, absolutely irrelevant on this, right? How much money has been poured into this bloated organization of Antonio Guterres for absolutely no results at all, mostly negative results. But certainly on this one, they did absolutely zero. And today we have, I usually don't do this, but we had a scoop last week. June 19th, we wrote how Guterres gave a job to Miguel Graca, a Portuguese crony, gave him multiple promotions illegally. Also another guy that we don't mind so much, Aguinaldo Baptista, but he also got these things. It's basically everything must go. Big Tony's taking care of his own. Also a woman named Michelle Giles McDonough. Also a woman named Michelle Griffin. All dubious promotions. Well, we wrote it, got some, and now the story has essentially been pilfered by a loyal opposition inside the UN, as if they just discovered it themselves 4 days after Inner City Press. And they only mentioned one of the 4, nothing on Baptista. So we called them out, and we're going to continue to do it, because had we been in the building, even amid the Diddy trial, we would have gone to the noon briefing and asked the question. No one wants to embarrass Big Tony, but Big Tony has destroyed the United Nations, most staff say. So we've applied to re-enter, and we're just waiting for them to rule on it. To be continued.
To be continued. All right, hold up. Okay, here we go. So after he posted the motion, or at least the thing that he had submitted to court about making documents available to the public, he now posts from Estavio the argument from the defense. They say Mr. Combs rug people to make them do freak-offs. But here, he canceled a freak-off because she's feeling sick. AUSA Johnson says there's no evidence the freak-off was canceled. She wanted to have S with her boyfriend. Judge says, let's hold off. Wow. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Hey, Luigi. Hey, Cheeks. Hey, my beautiful, wonderful mods that are coming through. Welcome, everybody. Shout out to everybody. Let's see. Hey, Pika. How are you? Everybody, welcome through. Welcome. CNN is reporting nothing. NBC News Diddy updates. I'm pulling that up too. Okay. 26 minutes ago, court is in session. This marks day 29 of this case, by the way. Let's see. We're waiting for an update. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Somebody said in the comments, does it matter? When she threw up, he told Cassie to get back to it. He doesn't care. This a lot of falling to pieces. Squeaky bum time? Okay. I get why they have to go through this but does anyone on earth think one or two exhibits at this stage is going to push the jury verdict one way or the other? Well, what do people think the jury verdict is going to be here? Because honestly, like I every day I'm talking to somebody new who says something different to me, or they've changed their mind about something. So weird to me, like it's like we were going this route, but we believe he's this way, or I don't know, man. People will believe that different things. And I mean, everybody's entitled to believe what they want to believe. You do have to kind of wonder, where do people stand? If you know what I mean. No, let me see. Oh my God, Luigi. Thank you, Caffeine. I'm trying to wake up. Thank you. I got my bullet here, but I haven't. Oh, and I didn't realize. By the way, thank you so much for the $19.99, Luigi. It's really helpful. My cup is green. Y'all can see that. My cup is green. That's what happens. If I wore a green shirt, this would be see-through too. My cup is green. But yes. Okay. Yes, they are supposed to remain neutral till they go to deliberations. Very hard, though, I think, when we say remain neutral. Do people actually remain neutral nowadays? I don't know. My cup is missing. Look, I'm drinking. It's a green cup. All right. Let's see. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, coming through. I think we have an update. Here it is. So Estavio, they're going back and forth on the evidence. AUSA Johnson, who is for the government, says, in this one, Mr. Combs asked her if she can freak off without taking rugs. And she says yes. Is it being offered for its truth? It is hearsay, says AUSA. Judge says, I overruled the objection. AUSA Johnson said here, she says, I want my bank account to be right. We object. It's so hard when we don't have all of these text messages. So what is she saying here? She'll do a freak off for her bank account to be right? Am I hearing this correctly? Oh my God. Even my head's itchy. That's just like, me having a reaction to. See, there's the thing is like, guys, there's probably information that's available that we just don't have. It's not available to us. So we'll never really know. Okay. Okay, here we go. Estevio says, this is Miss Ventura demanding money. It is a command of sorts, not hearsay, says Estevio. Judge says, and how is it relevant? Estevio says, it goes to financial motive. Okay, judge says, in 2017, I sustained the objection to 1135 on hearsay and 403 grounds. All right. This is us in the morning, like, what? I haven't even had my first drink. Like, what? It's giving Guatemalan pretzels. You know how many people were annoyed in the comments yesterday? Some people were just rude. I was like, thank you for being rude, because I could just block. Like, I'm good. That's what I gotta say. He seems to be concerned about the rug use. Why didn't he want? I mean, that's an interesting point. Remember when Westmoreland was doing the cross with Banna and was telling Banna, hey, like, basically insinuating that she had introduced Banna rugs to Cassie one way or another, and Diddy didn't want Cassie doing rugs or something like that. I don't necessarily think that's why the balcony incident happened, but that just gives you guys an idea of like what was being said, or at least put out there. How are you guys? Your Wi-Fi's acting up? Oh no. The pretzels. The pretzels. Yeah. We're waiting, y'all. We're waiting. Oh my goodness. Sitsi, you said you like the energy here. Hey, yesterday we got trolled very heavily. I was like a little surprised. Like, I swear that they come in groups. They do. Some of these trolls, you just got to call them out right away, or put them away, or do something with them, or give them a hobby or something. Where did my phone go? Oh, there it is. It's like right in front of me. Yes, Brianna did admit to that. That's absolutely correct. You're confused about the pretzels, Ghost? So yesterday we were doing the reading and I was using Speechify, and Speechify, I guess it kept reading Guatemalan something, pretzels or quetzals. It was weird. It was like some kind of currency. I think it was a setting, and I figured out how to turn it off. I didn't know how, but now we do. But yes, quetzals or something like that. Scuttlebug says, is it possible that the Freakoffs is the enterprise and he gained profit from helping others organize their own? Oh, like the Freakoffs be? Well, I think that the enterprise itself is something to be said here, if you know what I mean. Like the LLC, the Combs Enterprise, all that other stuff. That would be the enterprise. It's maybe the actions within the enterprise that is off, like just the actions within the enterprise that would make it a crime, if that makes sense. But yeah, hold up. Somebody says in the comments, I think this person might be in there. No, the judge rejects the evidence, ruling it hearsay and saying it could unfairly prejudice the judge. 403 grounds. Yeah. Oh. We're all waiting for an update. Okay. Nothing from CNN. Nothing from NBC News. You said happiness fund? I think the profit is in the case was for Sean's happiness fund. How did he profit? I think that's what it is. It's kind of like the thing about the situation, I think, is like why it's not so black and white is because, if it was a rug, and even that, the distribution is one side, but it's not black and white because we're not necessarily being given black and white information. We're given information by text messages, at least, and maybe there might be stuff. Of course, a lot of this is under seal. A lot of things are under seal. We're given information by like maybe 10 or 15 years old at this point. And then, we're shown footage. We know that everybody has seen the CNN footage, right? I think the problem is that we don't, it's not a situation where it's like this is the enterprise, or this is the rug distribution. It's literally a man who uses enterprise, okay, to move around things in his financial situation too, right? To get and feed off of the sexual desires that he had, right? And he used these people. Sometimes they consented and sometimes they didn't, right? And then you had the prostitutes that were a part of this and flew them all over and did all that. And I think like you that's against the law, right? Now, some people argue, well, why would that be against the law? People do it all the time. Yeah, people do it all the time. They do. But not everybody's, got the money that he does and with the enterprise that he does. And I'm just mainly speaking on this specific RICO. Diddy as a person, I think Diddy is an awful person, but he's not being charged for being an awful person, bro. Per se. We'll say that. Like him having, this is truly an addiction that he has had. He's an awful person, I think. But I think mainly is what he did with that money and the things that he was doing back and forth, and the laws that he broke through his own addictions. I would agree. Can happiness with an FO equal to a RICO? I guess that's what we're about to find out. And I don't think it's about happiness. Okay. Jeffrey Epstein, for example, well, in my opinion, I mean, he was Epstein, should have been held to the same regard as well. Mike Jeffries is another one. Mike Jeffries, for those that don't know, who is apparently 80 plus years old, who can't sit trial, who has like some kind of degenerative something going on with his brain, right? He was found incompetent, which I call bullshit, in my opinion. I call bullshit. He has over 40 plus male victims. He was flying these male victims too to go do modeling gigs, okay, for Abercrombie and Finch, using that name. Abercrombie and Finch, another brand name that should be held accountable. Absolutely. Because it was while he was sitting on the board, CEO and everything, that all this ish was going down. He was recruiting young men, stationing them up in hotels. Now, he wasn't rugging them, but he was making them promises to a career. To me, this is somewhat parallel, because here you have Cassie, who at times this is her boss, but also somebody that she's with, right? Which completely blurs the lines. Completely blurs the lines to the situation. There were times where she was coerced, and there were times where she agreed to it. I think I could say that, and I think it goes beyond pleasure. It's a bit sadistic, and it's breaking the law because you're flying these prostitutes and making promises that were some of them kept. I don't know. Saidela, thank you so much for being a member for 8 months, my love. Shout out to you. I hope you're doing well. I missed you, girl. Shout out to you. Thank you for being here. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. You know what? You go vacation. We'll be back. You'll be back. All good. I wish you all the best and self-care. Thank you. Okay. Sorry, I'm like clicking so much. But we have an update. AUSA says the last one is 1417. It's about Miss Ventura decorating a hotel room and getting flowers on Valentine's Day. Estavio says this is a S trafficking freak off as alleged by the government. This shows Miss Ventura set up as a surprise to Mr. Combs. There's distinct differences and similarities to Jane Doe and Cassie. They're still arguing the jury's not in. There's a lot of differences between Jane Doe and Cassie. And I've said this before. Now, there is no perfect victim. I'll give you that. But you know what? Cassie was 22 when she got with Diddy. I still consider that to be very young. I think a lot of people would at this point. She's not a child, right? She consented to some of these things. But I think she got herself wrapped up in a situation and she wanted to get out and didn't know how. And in more than one occasion, she did not want to do these things. Then you have the situation, which in my opinion, Regina Ventura having to get a home equity line to pay so that her child's S tapes weren't released. I think that shows. Now, some of you guys might say, well, the money was, and I've said it before, yeah, but it's a simple act of having to pull that for that purpose. There's email communication organizing this. Now, was it through Diddy directly? No, because the man wasn't doing shit on his own. This is where the enterprise comes in. Okay, the assistants and the people and all these other people in between. I think Cassie, I see Cassie's situation way different than Jane Doe. Maybe because, and I'll admit, maybe because I know too much about Jane Doe. And in the last couple of weeks, I'm like, Jane Doe, in my opinion, hurt the prosecution in this one. It did in so many ways. But maybe that's the prosecution. They only thought, well, we only have 2 victims of this crime. Really? What's a RICO? Should be more victims of this crime, right? Not just 2. Should be more victims of this crime. What about Gina? Well, we couldn't drag her into court. Why not? What about, wasn't there 5 victims or something? There were other victims. What happened to the other ones? That's the problem that I have. That I see problems within the prosecution in their own side, but I also see issues with the defense too. There's a lot of things that are not being addressed too. So I have a lot of questions. I go back and forth on this, but that's just my opinion. Let's see. Yeah. Absolutely. This is correct. Threatening an S-tape release is duress, not consent. People, ladies and gentlemen, that's not, you're not consenting for that to be released. And to a certain degree, the Jane Doe didn't want information released to the baby daddy. Okay. 5 dimes. He didn't want that. She didn't want that. Now, like I said, am I a fan of it? I feel like there's more to Jane Doe. I think Jane Doe needs to be investigated. I'm sorry, I do. I feel like I wonder what further deal they made with her to have her testify, if that makes sense. That's just my thought. Okay. The judge says, this is hearsay. I'm sustaining that objection, but the defense can use her being presented with the layout of the hotel room. The flowers, the photos come in and messages with them. None of this was docketed. Not guys, it's like we're playing a guessing game here. So much information is not being docketed. And the question is why? 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 Why are we missing out information? Thank you, Diddy Docket, for sharing. Thank you. Somebody said, ask Inner City Press, what is 403 ground? Inner City Press respond, 403 is the court may exclude relevant evidence if it is probative value. It's substantially outweighed by a danger of unfair prejudice, confusing the issues, misleading the jury, undue delay, wasting time, or needlessly presenting cumulative evidence. Shout out to Inner City Press, who is bringing the information. No update. No update. You said the prosecution is playing dirty. All of these charges are past the statute of limitations, so they had to create a RICO. And they might be. Here's the deal. So they got a RICO. The way I see it is, they're not victimless crimes. There's victims. They're not victimless crimes just because they're out of time or limitations. So yeah, I mean, they got a RICO. That's what they did. I'm kind of glad. I'm glad where we stand. The problem is that did they make their case? How does the jury see this? Because people go back and forth, and there's some things like, and I've said it before, I don't think the Kid Cudi was a good idea. They should have left that Kid Cudi situation alone, because they literally sounded like they build off of a conspiracy, which, we get the conspiracy part, but they build off of various things. So yeah, like the Kid Cudi thing wasn't a good idea. I question a lot about the Jane Doe. I have a lot of back and forths on this. But yes. Let's see. Usually the prosecution's problem is that the case didn't go away by the plea and they were expecting, haha. Well, wasn't Diddy offered, like, in two different times he was offered a plea deal, right? Two different plea deals or something like that. That's what I heard, that the jury was falling asleep, Lindell, yesterday because they got a little too boring, even though they were watching videos. I don't know how you can fall asleep. I'd be like, oh my God. I mean, there was time, maybe because I'm here, but I don't think I would be able to fall asleep. You think that Mia was a bad idea too? Yeah, Mia, I have a lot of questions about. Bana, and then who's Paul? We had somebody testify named Paul? I don't remember. Well, I'll give you this. The assistants were okay. I would have liked to have heard somebody from the Bad Boy Enterprise other than the assistants. Like, it would have been nice to hear that. Two different plea deals, that's my understanding. This is starting to sound like a pro Diddy woman haters club. Adios. Well, you don't have to announce your departure. Please note that you won't be missed. Thank you. They have seized the victim's phones and texts. I wonder if you claim someone forced you and your text show your messaging and meeting up with escorts behind his back. As a juror, that would be hard. Well, Nettie, that's the thing that they have to check, I think, right, with the Jane Doe. That even here's the deal. Even the communication between Cassie and Jane Doe, for example, like Jane Doe is actually talking to the workers. You know what I mean? Like actually talking to these workers and having communication with them. And I miss you and I love you. And if I'm not misinterpreting, but even like meeting outside of that transaction, that's what it gave to me. That's not what I'm hearing from Cassie. Cassie is like, I don't want to have S with any of them. I'm not desiring any of them. That's not what I'm doing. You know what I mean? So that's interesting. I find that to be so interesting. Um, uh, uh, um, You said all comments keep disappearing. It's cool to see what people are saying, Just saying. Kid one, do you want yours to disappear too? Let me know. I don't know why they're disappearing, but I'm leaving it up to my mods to figure that out. You want to disappear too? Let me know, because you're doing too much. Like, cool. Everybody's saying different things. Just keep it cute. That's it. Thank you. It's too much, y'all. Let's engage. Okay. Shots fired. All right. Judge says, bring in the jury. Agnifilo says, can we have a restroom break? Judge says, that's fine. Well, there you go. Restroom break. We starting with the restroom break. Literally. Ay, Dios mío, y'all. Okay. Well, thank you. See through you. I'll see through you. Okay. As long as you guys keep it cute in the chat, like I said, you guys can have a difference of opinion. Just keep it cute and, be mindful of what you're saying out here. You're entitled to your opinion. And I can't read the chat right now. I can't go back. So can we get it together? Can we get it together? Can we figure it out and move on? Because we got to move on. And the other people that are saying, well, we have to be able to figure things out. That's what I'm saying. You brought strong coffee today. I think we're gonna need it. That's all I'm asking. You guys are entitled to your opinion, but let's keep going, okay? Can we do that? I know the heat is getting to people. I don't know, man. We're literally at the strong, like the long part of this. We're getting there, if you know what I mean. You said, did he raise his hand to ask to go to the bathroom? Probably. We're just starting and he needs to go to the bathroom, It's kind of where we're at right now. But yeah, and my mods are going to do what they're going to do, guys. They're going to, mods are going to mod. That's what you're going to do. I'm going to go back through I do. And if I find a problem, I'll talk to my mods personally. But other than that, I mean, we just got to go through. Let's keep it cute. That's all I'm asking. So we can move on and keep it going. Okay. But yes. If you don't like the comment, yes, and thank you, Miss. So I keep telling people, if you guys don't like a person's comment, there's this thing called the three dots. You can click on that and then block the person. You don't have to, you don't have to go back and forth with the person. You really don't. You said he should be charged with Cassie, but not what they're charging him with. The problem is the statute of limitations has passed, and RICO is the only way they can get him. There you go. Have they met, Savannah, do you think that they've met their burden for the RICO? If that makes sense. No, he influenced the judge to go to the bathroom. That's for sure. We don't want him to P. Diddy himself in court. We don't want that. That's what I got to say about that. Oh my God. You see Diddy there? Oh man. Oh my God, there's a break and we just got started. I can't believe there's a break. Let me know what you guys think in the comments and make sure you guys are hitting the like button, please, and thank you. Hold up, y'all. I gotta blow my nose real quick. 1 minuto. 1 minuto, guys. Give me 1 minute, okay? Okay. Here we go. And you mean that with all due respect. Okay. Let's see. He said, but everybody else wasn't caught in highly public like Brandon was. Yeah, that whole situation was crazy with the with Brendan Paul. No, she did. It was the lawsuit that initiated that. Now, she didn't file a police report against Diddy. You're absolutely right. But she did file. That's what initiated everything. It's the civil lawsuit, right? That initiated. If this wasn't public, if Diddy had settled this silently with Cassie somewhere else, and it was not released out to the public, we would not be looking at a RICO case for Diddy at this point. So yes, this is absolutely correct. But she did file in terms of like a lawsuit. So if you consider that a complaint, a civil complaint, I think it's called a civil complaint when you file a lawsuit. But yes. You said Terrence says, question to everyone. What should Diddy actually be locked up for besides DV with the GOV didn't charge him with? Well, that's a difficult question to ask because I don't know. What do you guys think of this question? Oh, that's not what I'm saying. She went for the money route, not criminally. Correct. So, but a civil lawsuit is still a complaint. That's why I was reading your comment. You said something that she didn't go through she didn't make a complaint. I think you meant to say like she didn't file a police report. She made a complaint, a civil complaint. She just didn't go for the police report. And she made it, and there was monetary requests, which I'm not opposed if she wants. Like, I'm not opposed people getting money, especially if they can't get any other compensation, especially if she felt like she needed to do that. I'm not opposed to that. But that's what led to the RICO, if that makes sense. No update. You said, I'm hearing that it wasn't Cassie's complaint, that it was Little Rod's lawsuit. No. It was Cassie's complaint. Cassie's complaint was the one that started it. Little Rod lawsuits followed. Little Rod lawsuit didn't really go anywhere if you think about it. I don't even know where it's at right now, honestly. Really? Who said this? How do you do that? Really? Well, that would be interesting. You mean me as a little podcaster? That would be crazy. Y'all should let me know how you do that. This is the part that I don't understand. Is it Terrence? Why is it that the prostitutes, I mean, they clearly they signed a deal so that they don't get in trouble, but there's a lot of prostitution. This Cowboy for Angels is a huge prostitution thing. And why didn't they figure that out? Do you think that they're waiting for the outcome of this trial to start with the civil lawsuits? Yes. Yes and no. I mean, the civil lawsuits are there, but they won't even. A lot of them have already started. There isn't a whole lot. I don't know what people expect to do. Nobody's going to jail over these civil lawsuits. This is why I think this case is so interesting, because we've never really seen anybody go from like a civil case to then suddenly there's a RICO. You hear a lot about civil cases being investigated by the FBI, right? We hear this all the time. But this is one that actually you have where it started as a civil lawsuit where Cassie was trying to get, monetary monies from that and whatever that may be. And then the FBI getting involved. But the thing is like, to a certain degree, the victims in this case, so they other than him going to jail, I don't think they get any kind of, people are saying this. They're like, well, they're going to get a lot of money from this. No, they don't get anything from this. No, at all. I don't think Little Rod, I'm be honest with you, I don't think Little Rod's lawsuit was the one that sparked it literally. I think that it was just Cassie's lawsuit that sparked everything. That's just my opinion, and that's not taken away from, but I just don't feel like that's accurate. Thank you, Lonnie. Yeah, please hit the like button. Yeah, and then there's that too. It was when Little Rod said that Diddy had cameras in every room when the government wanted to raid him to retrieve what they wanted. Oh, that's interesting. I don't know how. I don't think you can charge a company. You can charge a company, but let me know. Okay, I think they're back. Oh my goodness, they're taking forever, guys. We're already like behind. Okay. Let me make myself smaller. Hey, Franny Law, how are you? And they're back. Combs Garagos. Your Honor, our arguments took so long that the jurors' devices turned themselves off. Judge says they're all high tech. All rise. Okay. Garrigo says, good morning. Pull up 1406 from December 21st, 2021. Jane, Combs, Don, and Cabral. Okay. Yeah, their arguments took so long. I'm like, come on, let's get it together. Oh, the craft massage parlor case? That's interesting. Literally, guys, we're like, we should have started an hour ago, and we're just now starting. I don't know if this is going to be a good day. Hopefully, we'll stay awake. Stay awake. Yeah, you said his problem really started when he sued BlackRock, which is attached to everything. Everything. BlackRock is attached to everything. I know it's going to be a long day. How did he profit if he's tricking? Sometimes it's not always monetary. I think the man had an addiction, right? That's crazy, man. I feel like I know too much about Diddy than I ever wanted to know. Like, too much about Diddy that I ever wanted to know. No update. Turn off attorney screen. Garrigo says, turn off attorney screens. We're going to watch some videos. Play from the beginning until 2 minutes and 22 seconds. Public and press have no idea what jurors are being shown or not. One juror complains their device says low battery. Oh, how annoying. He's like, my device says low battery. Yeah, I never knew he was an addict of any kind. It makes me look at celebrities differently now. Moni, like, honestly, it makes you like, because it's not always about, I think maybe just having like this preconceived idea of like, oh, addiction comes only in substance, which addiction can be like, people can be addicted to, stuff, actual stuff, being with children, like that's all like sick stuff. But yeah, like it does kind of make you look at this whole situation different and what they could, because they're sick people. I mean, some of these people are just sick, and then they have all this money in the world and they never get any treatment to address some of this stuff. Honestly, it's crazy to me. Inner City Press, she was not joking. Not only did the device turn off, now at least one of them says low battery. The jurors are having technical difficulties. Damn, are we going to get started or what? Did they not charge the devices? Yes, people can be addicted to exercise. It's a mental wiring issue. It's not always about substance. Some of those addictions sound like they might be healthy, but they might not actually be, I hope not, G-Man. I hope not. You said his eyes have no soul. Wait. Mine's y'all. They've been watching all these FO videos that the devices are like No, we refuse. We refuse. The devices gave up after all these damn FO videos. They're like, we don't want, no, no. That's not what we were meant to be used. It's either that or people were watching the FO videos that weren't supposed to be somehow. And then the devices died. Whoever, check who was working late at night at the courthouse, cleaning up the courthouse. That's who the problem is. There you go. Oh my God. They crashed and burned. That's what I'm saying, G man. I'm like, so how mysterious. Mm. Uh oh my God. Little Rod did not testify because he's not party to this case. Court be trolling, lol. He's not party to this case. His case again is a civil lawsuit, not a criminal. Allie Carter, I know some of you guys believe Allie Carter. I do not. I do not. I think that Allie Carter is, in my opinion, part of a bigger, even though some of you guys don't want to believe it, part of a bigger scam to scam people out of money under the umbrella of we're helping children, save the children. Some of you guys may not believe that. I respect your opinion. I don't believe everything that this woman says. And people don't want to fact check her at all. They're too scared, or if you do, oh my God, you're against the children. You know, there's this whole genre on YouTube of scammers, literally scammers, that use tragedies or missing children specifically to try to scam the people. That's a network in itself. And it's a network of misinformation. And it's a fear-based network. So people give up their money willfully. And sometimes you think, oh, well, I'm not really donating anything. You're donating your time. You watch a video, you're donating your time. That's what you're doing. Sometimes it's not always like the money escapes you. Time escapes you. So, yeah, I'm sorry. I don't believe what she is saying. Okay, Garrigo says, so what does she say here? Okay, so they're going to move through. Cercillo or Cercillo says, she writes that she was effing exy. So effing exy. Garrigoson says, then she writes, I am, oh man, this is too early for this. I am wet about it. Heart, eyes emoji. Now, Paul is in the chat, but your chart doesn't list Cabral's message with Jane. C3328. There you go. I have to skip over. I am splishy splashy over it. I'm splishy splashy thinking about it. That's what she said. But yeah. She says she's splishy splashy. Said Cassie only wanted once Diddy said Kim K was wanted out. She did say that. Kim K or Kim Porter, I think that's what you meant to say, was his soulmate. The money he asked her, money was a joke. He never, no, but see, Terrell, we don't know that. We can't get into the mind. He said never intended to keep it. What's 20,000 to him? That relationship is drama. See, the thing is that may very well been his intent, but it through the eyes of the law, the mere fact that the transaction happened, I think is a whole separate issue. The mere fact that she did, even though she didn't mean to, the mere fact that all of these things kind of played together, it says something different. So I think that maybe he didn't mean to. Maybe he just said it to, he was so mad and he was scared. But I think personally, I don't think that we can even get in the mind of what he was thinking. We can't. The mere fact that the law says, no, this is what it was. I think it's something a little bit different. We're waiting for an update, y'all. Let's see. Welcome, everybody. Welcome. Make sure you guys are hitting that like button. Sounds like people have calmed down. We're not too spicy anymore. Do y'all have your, like, are we good now? Are we good? Hopefully everybody's got it together. We'll figure it out. Let's get it together. Okay. Defense resumes cross-examination of Special Agent. Homeland Security Investigation Special Agent Joseph is back on the stand. The jury in Sean Diddy Combs' federal criminal trial is entering. Defense attorney Tini Garagos is resuming cross today. Okay. You said Splishy Splashy is a Johnson company? Is it? You said it was like a 10 record deal and she only released one out of all of them. You could even make the argument that that was being held over her head, but it's kind of like, it's very kind of gray because she was also with her quote unquote boss. You know what I mean? So there's that. You said Diddy didn't testify, so half the story is not being told, which sucks because we have to fill in the blanks. And well, and don't forget, Savannah, that there's a lot of exhibits that we're not made privy to, so we're not going to know all the details, if you know what I mean. We just won't. Because we have to fill in the blanks. All these people were doing sketchy stuff, so can't believe all of them 100%. There you go. You know, and Savannah, you're entitled to that. I think people all feel a little bit different in different ways. But yeah. It was held over her head. And you know what's so interesting? Don't forget, like, when Jane Doe was on the stand, Jane Doe was talking about how they asked her, Diddy talked about Cassie. Cassie was like, he really loved Cassie, something to that effect. The defense was asking Jane Doe this. And I think that she kind of knew that. I think Cassie was somebody that Diddy was probably maybe more so closer to than all of them. Yeah. No update. It's December 21st, 2021. She reached out to Cabral to say Happy New Year's. Write LMK if you want to come tonight. What does Cabral say? He says, I'm cooking for my family, but tomorrow for sure. Garagos says, not in your chart. No. So Garagos again is doing the same thing that she did yesterday, which was point out the information that is not available in these charts that she feels like needs to be available. You know? Yeah, and that's pretty normal. This is not surprising. They were back together, yeah. Very true. I bet I would put my money in it that if Diddy wasn't arrested and if Diddy wasn't Jane Doe would probably still be with Diddy right now. How much you guys want to bet? I think that this is not even going off on feelings. That's just patterns of behavior in any kind of situation like this. So yeah, they were back together, but I don't think that that takes away from anything that has happened before. But yeah. You said, I know when you don't want to hold, I'm hold up. See, it's the absolutes for me. I know you when you don't want to hold somebody accountable for their actions, you will make any excuse. Cassie was grown who had other men while she was with Diddy. I know when you don't want to hold who doesn't want to hold anybody accountable for their actions. It's the absolutes that are very tricky when you say I know you don't. Who 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 Cassie is very much accountable for her actions. I don't think anybody's saying any of that at all. I even Jane Doe, I think we understand this, but like, I guess it's the absolutes that are so confusing to me. But hey, whatever. Um, okay, I think we have an update. Do we have an update? No update. I know who. Yep. Yes, we know. That's right. She was messing with this person, and Diddy was messing with messing with all kinds of people. I mean, they weren't exclusive to each other. That's what it sounds like. Okay. That's what it sounds like. They were messing with each other. Okay. Doesn't take away from, anything else. All right. Make sure you tell that to the prosecution and see how they feel about it. Okay. Let's keep going. Yeah. Yeah, she wasn't Cassie was 22 when she signed, if I'm correct, if I'm my understanding. She was 22 when she signed with, like, here's the deal, guys. Um I don't think we can hold up. Oh shit, we have an exhibit. Hold up. Here we go. Garrigo says, under Italian, let's see DX 3050. This is April 4th of 2022. Combs with Jane. You read Mr. Combs. Cercio writes or says, Combs writes, I have been having crazy fantasies about Leo. You and Leo. Okay. There's the message. I've been having crazy fantasies about Leo. You and Leo. LOL. I think he's been having fantasies about Leo. Not just, I don't think he's fantasizing Cassie. He's literally having fantasies about Leo. And then he's like, let me correct myself. You and Leo. LOL. Whoop-de-doo, right? um yeah, that all of his relationships, it sounds like he had open relationships. That's what it sounds like in general. I don't think he wanted to be tied on with anybody. Alejandro Aranda people, thank you so much for the 199. Appreciate it. Let me put a little heart there. Thank you. Thanks for the support. Yeah, that's the question. What happens? I mean, when she tried to move on. Yeah, I think he was having fantasies about Leo, not Cassie and Leo. I told you guys, I feel like he was like DL. What do y'all think? Wow, they doxed Diddy's number. They put Diddy's number. If anybody wants Diddy's number, it's on the screen. I didn't mean to. This was just exhibits. Let's see. I said, I wonder. let me remind everybody again, if you don't agree with somebody, there's this thing that's like 3 dots. You just click the 3 dots in the name, and the person can like be blocked. You won't see the person. I feel like I have to remind people of that every once in a while, because people really get in it. So you just be mindful of that. Yes, what year was this? Speaking of which, yeah, sent 2022? That can't be right. Because Cassie had already left by then. So this must be about Jane Doe, right? Yeah, it is about Jane Doe. I'm so confused. Here it is. Combs with Jane. You read Mr. Combs. You and Leo. That's right. So this is Jane Doe. So this was, I mean, if Diddy wanted to come out around this time, he would have been coming out. I think that was to Jane Doe. You're right, Marcia. Sorry. I got confused myself. That was to Jane Doe. If he wanted to come out, he probably could have. This is a whole different era, guys. This wasn't like the 90s or the early 2000s or anything like that. We were kind of past that. You know, some people don't want to come out, you know? And like I said, I don't think anybody gives an ish. There's the same message right there about his sexuality. I mean, I don't think anybody does. I think that's the problem with this situation. People care too much about that. You said I was driving earlier, but corpse can be held. Okay, so Franny Law says, for those who were talking about the corporations, I'm like, I wouldn't know how to answer that. But Franny Law says that corporations can be held criminally responsible. Here, Bad Boy Combs International was not indicted. So, like, Cowboys for Angels, Franny Law, do you think that that would be a way in which, like, could they hold that organization in trouble, or company for prostitution services? It's interesting. Oh yeah, happy Pride Month. We're still in Pride Month, right? Yes. Sorry, y'all. I'm lost. Mhm. I think so too. I think that a lot of these people in the industry do. And so what do is that they use their money to get around that by way of you know, concealing it, if that makes sense. But I agree. Or maybe he was just, he could have been bi as well. I mean, and just on the low. That's what it sounds like. Could have been both. You guys, I want to get a tattoo. I've been contemplating. And I've been drawing on myself a lot because I kind of want a plumeria one right here. And I want 3 little plumerias. And I want the tribal right here because my kids are Polynesian. So I have 3 children. So I would love thinking about it, but I'm scared because I'm scared of needles, y'all. Let me know. If y'all got tattoos, let me know. Miguel Hernandez. Thank you for this $9.99. I'm no Diddy fan at all, but the way this is coming out piece by piece, story after story, it feels like a search for justice. It feels less, excuse me, like a search for justice and more like a character assassinations via legal means. Could it be both? I mean, maybe it's like Miguel. What do you guys think about Miguel's comment? It said, I'm no Diddy fan at all. And a lot of people have said this. They're like, we're not fans of Diddy at all. We just don't think that this is a RICO case, right? By the way, all this is coming out piece by piece, story after story. It feels less like a search for justice and more like a character assassination via legal means. Thoughts on Miguel's comment? Let me know. I think it's a valid opinion. Some people feel like, like I said, people feel like there's no case. He'll go back and forth on this. I'm kind of like in the middle. Like Savannah, I know feels very strongly on this. A lot of people in the chat feel very strongly in this. You agree, Terrence, with Miguel? Okay. You said Danielle agrees with Miguel. Okay, Night Charm says this is the hush money went dry. It's a valid opinion. And this is what I'm saying is like, I don't like the silence, like people's opinions on whether they feel like this man is guilty or innocent. I think we have to make a very different distinction in that. So as long as we're like respectful of each other, we can do that, right? But I hear what you're saying, Miguel. Thank you so much for this 999. I think that you're not the only person that says this. I think it's a fair point to make, right? I do, and Savannah, you're not the only person who said this. The Mann Act is valid here. I go back and forth on my head. I do. I'm not gonna lie to you. I personally feel like there were some witnesses that I questioned a little bit more, if that makes sense. You talk vicious violence against women way too casually. Waiting until someone treats your daughter like this, then agree. Okay. Thank you, Anna. You talk about vicious violence way too casually. Okay. I guess I'm confused by your comment. How we're having a conversation, girl. Like, what do you want me to say? Put this man under the fryer, under the jail, under this or under that? Isn't he on trial? Like, isn't that we're looking to see if what the verdict is going to be in this situation? You can't just walk around. Even we have videos, and we know this guy is not a good guy. A lot of us can agree to that. But did he commit the crime? Is he guilty of RICO, or is he guilty of the Mann Act, or what is he guilty of exactly as it pertains to the law? That's the question. And if you can't have that kind of conversation without going to attacks, then I don't know what the hell you're doing here. Honestly, I don't. Like, what are you? There are people here that don't agree with anything that I say, and there are people here that do. Y'all are entitled to your opinion. But literally, are we not supposed to talk about any of this? Is there a perception or a way in which you want me to act? What do you want me to do? You want me to cry? Is that what you want me to do? How would you like me to present myself? That's what I want to know. I'm allowed and entitled to my opinion. Okay? You have a problem with that? Then that's your problem. Thank you. Lord have mercy. Let's see. Thank you for your participation. Excuse me? I don't get it. Like, we're having a conversation. Are we not supposed to talk about this? Is there a way that we're supposed to present this? Am I upset about the video with Cassie? Absolutely. I think a lot of us are. As women, we're upset. But the video itself is not the charge. So make sure you allocate your anger the right effing way, because otherwise it's always going to come sideways. You lose people that way, guys. I don't shy away from crazy ass conversations because it has to be one way or another. And even to say that, I hope that doesn't happen to your daughter. Fuck you for saying that, because I'm not asking for any of that. And let me say, I hardly go off on people when it's like that. I kind of have to wonder. Okay, so you want me to run a narrative a certain way and not be able to say the things that I see the way that they need to be said. Okay. Effing weird to say. Like, don't put people's children. You don't know me. So don't do that. Weird. All right, let's get into it. So there's this message. Cercio says, he writes, Addie is the greatest, LOL. Garrigo says, she writes to him with drool face emoji. Then in 1406, next is July 2022. You only review what the government gave you, right? Cercio says, right. Garrigos says, Combs tells Paul to come over. Yes. Okay. Garrett goes, here Jane says, my place is free tonight. Then she writes, I got my knees and thank God for the health of my child and for your friendship. And then heart emojis, right? Sergio says, right. Garrigo says, I'll correct you. It's Van Noyes. Laughs. So I think I remember these messages because this is when Jane Doe was writing a message to Diddy. She got on her knees and she was praying and she thanked God for her child and everything. And they were kind of like in shaky terms in this part. And this also wasn't added into the chart. Truly. But yes. Thank you. Thank you. That's the point, Savannah. Thank you. We have a lot of bots. We do. We do. I know. Refer to the indictment. Thank you. Exactly. We're trying to discuss the facts, and it's so hard to. Thank you guys, and like I said, I apologize for going off. I don't do that, but literally, when you bring in like, what the fuck is that? Okay, what is my child? What is your guys' children? We're talking about a case. Literally, I don't understand what that was all about. It's crazy, but notice the bot increase, so I see it. I don't. All right, y'all. See? You say, I'm a whole KK supporter, and no one has ever made me feel bad about how I feel. LOL. This chat and rabbit are very fair across the board. Thank you. It is hard, Shani Shan, to lead a discussion. So I appreciate you guys doing that. Truly appreciate it. Everybody's a criminal lawyer now. We're convicting everybody. Mm-hmm. Yes. What's Rabbit Snickers donation? I don't need a Snickers. Not you asking me for I don't need a Snickers. Oh my god, y'all are funny. You guys are hilarious. We do have to separate facts from feelings, and it's so hurtful, guys, because like I said, as a woman, I mean it's hurtful to see that, but I'm also like I've worked in government for 10 years. I did community nonprofit for many years, 10 years of government work. I have a master's in social work. I have a criminology undergraduate. Yeah, I've seen a lot of ish. And so that's why I'm able to put things into compartment and not separate things, if that makes sense. Thank you. You said, oh, you have. You said, thank you for the $7.99. Hello, watching from Sydney, Australia. I've been reading the court transcripts since day one. This trial, all the witnesses are liars and biased judge. Well, that is your opinion. But you could have just said it. You didn't have to super chat, but thank you so much. You're entitled to that. You're entitled to say that you feel like everybody's lying. That's totally on you. Wow. So you're getting all the transcripts mailed to Sydney, Australia? That must be very expensive. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. That's expensive, y'all. I'm just saying. Expensive. But thank you. So you know what, Terrence? I told you this. This right here, my friends, I don't think the prosecution did a good job on that one. I don't this will be the literally who did this? That's the whole situation. Who did this? Who paid? Who knew about Kid Cudi's car? What was it? Janice? Was it KK? Was it Capricorn Clark? Was it Cassie? Or was it a female person? Who was it? I don't know. But yes, what do you guys think? I think that they fumbled that one, and a lot of people have said this too. Do we have an update? We're waiting for an update. Here it is. But Terrence, this is a good point. Like, I agree with you on that. We don't know who. People said it was Janice Combs. I said, you guys leave that lady alone. Because Janice Combs was the one with the designer scarf. Leave that lady alone. Leave. Janice Combs is like, everybody. Listen, everybody's talking about Miss Combs, and it's hilarious because it's just people's perception of the lady. Lady's just trying to go to court because she has to. You know, I'm surprised she's also not on the stand at this point. But anyways, let's move on. Combs Garagos GX103. It's between Jane and Paul. Question is, it's between Jane and Paul. Cercio says, I don't memorize the exhibit numbers. Garagos says, so let's show it. It is not for the public screen. This is a message between Mr. Paul Arthur and Mr. Combs, who says staff is leaving. Okay. Again, it's some of this stuff. These exhibits are not for us. This is gonna be crazy. Yeah. Who is the fingerprints? You said she's evil though. Who's the fingerprints though? The from the car, you know? I think you're right, Annette. I think his testimony was to corroborate Cassie. I think you're absolutely right. I if they brought in what is it? They brought in a whole from the LAPD, the investigator, and it wasn't even the investigator that lifted those fingerprints. It would have been nice for them to have gone further. I just don't think that they did a good job on this one, on that one specifically. But you guys, let me know what you guys think. It was giving Clue. Somebody should make a Clue game on Kid Cudi's car. Oh my god, you guys are so funny. But yeah. We don't know this. We don't know this. How do you know? How do you know it was the mother of the other women? We don't know this. We don't. So I'm like saying, you're saying absolutes again. It's crazy. Y'all are funny. You said Lovey Rabbit Feds got him too soon. Don't have enough yet. Should have let the 3 states handle it. Got him 1 to 2 for now. Thanks for your hard work. Life lessons. Thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you. Appreciate it. The man wanted a speedy trial. I feel like, okay, I'm so glad you brought this up, life lessons, because it does, some of this, in my opinion, feels very rush. Does that make sense? That is true, Abraham. Kid Cudi's story came in as laying the foundation for Capricorn Clark kidnapping. True. But part of me also feels like a lot of this was very rushed. Is it just me? You know? Let's see. Okay, I think we have an update. Hold up, y'all. I'm waiting. Wait. I would think the same thing too. In my opinion, the fingerprints belong to the lady. Okay. The fingerprints belong to a woman that put the bottle on in the car. There's that. Yeah, he wanted a fast and speedy trial. It feels rushed to me. It really does. Feels like a lot of this was rushed and it was just kind of thrown together, which could or could not work in Diddy's favor, if that makes sense. He wanted a speedy trial. Maybe he wanted it. Maybe it was strategic. Maybe this was all strategy to have it this way, if that makes sense. Okay. No update. You said it was probably a random person. Maybe it was strategic. I don't know. See, that's the question. Do you guys think that the verdict is going to be fast? Let me see if we miss Toby. A lot of information gets missed, and like I said here, it seems like with inner city press is there doing a good job, and so are these journalists. But a lot of information is getting um just rushed. Okay, that's the question. I'm gonna ask you guys in the poll. Do you believe we will get a fast verdict? And I mean, if they finish, could we get a verdict on Friday? Let me know. I mean, they could go all the way till next week before 4th of July, you know? We could be on verdict watch next week, the first week of July. But yeah. Hold up. Let me tell you what CNN is saying. CNN has two updates for us. So, defense attorney reviews text messages between Jane and Sly from December 2021. Defense attorney Tini Garagos reviewed text messages between Jane and the entertainer Sly from December 2021. Jane wrote to Sly that she was thinking about one of their recent hotel nights. Jane wrote, "Send me something." She then asked if he could fly to meet her that night on the next day. When Sly said he was busy with Christmas preparations with his family, she suggested that he just make a day trip. Jane previously testified that she only initiated the explicit messages with Sly when she was with Combs, who told her to. Okay. And another update: Combs texted Jane about crazy fantasies involving her and the entertainer Leo. So the defense attorney Garagos is going through these messages. And Combs, in early April of 2022, before allegedly meeting with an entertainer called Leo, Combs texted Jane saying that he had been having crazy fantasies about her and Leo. "Baby, I want to make love to you. I haven't selfishly had you to myself for 5 months. I'm fine with the other stuff, but I really need you right now," Jane responded. "Okay, you want? Okay, whatever you want," Combs responded, and then asked a few messages later if Leo would be free after we spent some time one on one. After the alleged meeting with Leo, Jane texted Combs saying that she was thinking about you loving all over me. There's okay. Garrigo says this is the first mention of Antoine, right? October 8th, 2022. Cetio says yes, he shows up. Garagos, and these photos, E285. Do you see the bracelet she is wearing? He says, I do. So public exhibit screen not on, entirely unclear why. None of this is, oh my God, they're going back and forth on this. You think that the jury a verdict will be quickly? You think due to the information, I know, Lindell, you're a fan of Teeny Garagos. I could tell. um, yeah, and I think she got that with the with the civil lawsuit. She's not getting it here. I mean, here it's a little bit different. It's a different situation. Um, yes, this was also kind of like Jane was messaging these workers. This is why I tell you that I feel like Jane and Cassie are two different people in terms of like how one interacted with these people, these prostitutes, and then the her interaction with them. Like Cassie said, she didn't want to have nothing to do with them, and Jane is here like entertaining. She's actually messaging them. I mean, she's seen some of these people outside of Diddy. If you are, I don't know how I feel about Jane's story about suddenly being in Las Vegas and then walking to a whole FO situation. Um, there's that. Like, I feel like you have to kind of be mindful of, and then the entanglement of that is just so crazy to me. But yeah. You said, Rabbit, did you have a chance to get your coffee this morning? I did. I did. Thank you. You're putting in long hours. Take care of you. I did. What? Listen, I'm done going off on the trolls because that did kind of get to me a bit. But hey, that's all good. Thank you. We gonna hit all kinds of trolls. We gonna do our best. Let me pin that message. Oops. Did I? Okay. You think it's sus? Yeah. You heard different from both? Big deal. So he bought her a bracelet. I mean, he bought her a lot of stuff, right? And he was paying her rent, you know? I think that I told you when it comes to Jane, it's a little bit of a weird situation because Jane is allegedly is part of a network of individuals that do this kind of lifestyle. You know what was one of the questions that was not asked by the prosecution or even the defense? One of the questions that was not asked, guys, honestly, why with Jane Doe? She was asked how she met Diddy, right? But I was wondering, like, if prior to meeting Diddy, was she a victim of any kind of ring, or was she involved in any kind of ring? And I'm sure they probably couldn't ask her that because prejudice and all this other stuff. But I just can't help but wonder. In more than one occasion, she's been involved in some rings. Thank you for saying this, right? Like this industry girl situation. This is a real thing, guys. This thing is a real thing. What is so crazy about industry girls is that it makes it, in my opinion, very unsafe for those that are wanting to get into the industry, especially like, modeling or something like that. And then they find themselves in this type of lifestyle by proxy, if that makes sense, by meeting somebody that introduced them to it. Sorry, guys. Yeah, like that kind of girl. Give me one sec, guys. I got to do something real quick. You said she could still be victimized even if she was an S worker, right? Yes. Very much so. Very, very much so. But you had a girlfriend in the industry? Yeah. This is a real thing, and it kind of like who I have to cough. Hold up, y'all. It makes the industry unsafe for a lot of people, if that makes sense. It definitely does. Blackmail. Hold up, let me. Thank you, Cheeks. They hold cowboys and angels liable. They won't. So, Terrell, we were just talking about they should be able to hold this industry right here liable because if they're just like just like any other company, any corporation, why aren't they holding Cowboys for Angels accountable? I agree with this. Yes. No update yet, guys. No update. Really? You said that your ex was a worker in New York, actually has Diddy stories from the 90s? Dang. Those must be some stories. I'm telling you, and especially in the 90s. Yeah. You should, Harwood. I would be curious to know if you don't mind, and then I can share with people. I'll let you know my email is up in here. Okay, give me one sec, guys. Sorry, I had to help find something real quick. Sorry, y'all. We're waiting. Let me give you my email. Hold up. This is my email. No update. You know that's the difficulty. Let me be very transparent and honest with you guys. That's the difficulty about talking about this case, because sometimes people expect you to to hold a certain narrative, and you want to, right? And hold your values close, but at the same time, it's I think it's okay to kind of question the alignment of that, if that makes sense. So for me, it's like I question the things that I'm doubtful about, and I'll question them publicly, and I think that it's okay to do that. Whereas some folks feel like you need to be black and white about certain things. Yes, and there could be things where things that are outside of elements that make things not so black and white, if that makes sense, right? Um, that could be anywhere from the reason why Cassie didn't leave to maybe the reason why things happen a certain way, to a bunch of things. Like we don't know. And what people have to understand is that we're only getting pieces of information, and some of it is like not even enough information, if that makes sense. We're not getting the full story. But this is a very sensitive, charging topic. Um, so I'm here for that. I'm so here for that, for us to talk about that. Hold up. Let's see. And CNN has an update for us. Let me read that right now. Jury sees messages Combs and Jane sent to Paul in October of 2022. The jury saw messages Sean Diddy Combs and Jane sent to Paul in early October 2022. Jane previously testified that Paul, which is his first name, was one of the men who frequently joined them for hotel nights. Jane, one of the Combs accusers who testified earlier under a pseudonym, texted Paul asking if he was ready for some fun tonight. She then told him he would come after the butlers were finished helping, and he could wait in the lobby if he got there early. Combs also texted Paul around that same time, holding the staff is outside. He says, "Hold up, the staff is outside. They leave now. Hang tight." Um, Hold up, y'all. Let's see. Wait, why are we clapping with our hands? Y'all are funny. Okay, no update. ABC News says this was 19 minutes ago. Defense showing role of Jane in relationship. Defense attorney Tini Garagos has been concentrating on a series of text messages showing how at times Combs' then girlfriend Jane played an active role in setting up and enjoying their rendezvous with S workers. Jane wrote to an S worker in December of 2021, joylessly saying a previous night hookups was one for the books. She did say that. Later that month, Jane told the worker that she was excited to see him, while the man said that he was down for that. That's what he said. Okay. Sorry, I had to send a text message. All right. Where are we at? You said, I agree. I do firmly believe there will be another case. I think there's going to be another case for sure. I think so too. Guys, there has to be. This can't just be Diddy. You know what I mean? Like, there has to be other, like, what about KK? What about D-Rock? Exactly. Thank you for saying this, Terrell. I really appreciate you for saying this. Thank you. There has to be other, in my opinion. They can't just be this can't just be it. You know what I mean? The problem that I have is that a question I have is that if this man is found not guilty, what does that mean for everybody else that they could go after? What would I charge them with? They're co-conspirators, whatever that falls under. Does that make sense? So, like, and I'm not, like, literally, that this is the prosecutor's word in the transcript. They're co-conspirators, if that makes sense. Oh my God, I got balloons all over me. Okay, here we go. Garrigo says, Jane writes, can you come to Turks? What does he say? Agent says, he says, yes, love. I have a passport, but not vaccinations. He wasn't vaccinated. Garrigo says, she said, can you get in ATL Cabral's base? A few days later, March 21st, 2023, she asked about Miami. Do you have to be, you need vaccinations to go to Turks? I mean, I know some vaccines have to be up to date and stuff. Let's see. Yeah. Yeah. How many celebrities have come out admitting extra, not for the bedroom stuff? Listen, I don't care as long as they're not, they ain't got children and it's all consensual. Who gives? You know what I mean? Honestly, there's that. I don't think they did, Savannah. Not all of them. I don't think they did. I don't. I honestly don't think that they got immunity. First of all, I don't know. I guess we'll have to see. Let's see the outcome of this and then kind of go from there. But I don't think they did. Not all of them, at least. They don't want the small fish. They want the big fish and then seize all the assets. I agree, low key real. That's how it kind of goes, right? They're not going small. They have, remember, they go for the head of the snake and then they go for everybody else out, right? She did, yeah, she would be on the stand. This is the last, they're resting today. Technically, they haven't rested yet, but like today's their day of rest. unless there's a surprise witness, which wouldn't that be some crazy ass itch? It's a surprise witness to this. Boom. Suddenly, here we go. Somebody said in the comments, what exactly is Teeny proving other than Jane reaching out to these male escorts after speaking with Diddy? Like, I'm not understanding the defense. She and Cassie both testified to reaching out to these men after speaking with Diddy. Damn. Okay. Gargo says, Jane writes, tonight was fun. What does he say? He says, had a great time with you, baby. This is what the agent reads. I think the agent is reading for Combs. Gargo says, now April 2023, Jane, Combs, and Paul. He says, hey, Jane's true name. I'm available. And she asks about the 19th. Yes. Again, they're going through messages all over. You say, why do there need to be other cases? The law does not work like that. KK, they can go after the rug dealers after. The accountant can be investigated. The escorts do not traffic themselves. Oh no. Well, wouldn't that be like, if they're going after, that would be another case? Wouldn't that be another case? I guess I'm confused by the comment, but okay. That's my thought. I think that they're going to go after them and it's going to be separate. They proved enterprise with all the workers involved, the rugs and fixing the rooms and stuff like that. Yeah. You said KK chose not to work with the feds, so no immunity. That's why she's named as a co-conspirator, along with the other names mentioned who we haven't heard from. Miss Gina, this is why I keep saying, like, hey, this is going to be a separate case for them, if that makes sense. When you pay for it, then they are trafficked, says Miss Toby. Okay, we have an update from CNN. Combs and Jane coordinated to keep staff from seeing entertainers during hotel nights. Defense attorney Tini Garagos reviewed records and text messages related to a hotel night in January of 2023, when it appeared that Sean Diddy Combs and Jane were taking steps to prevent staff from seeing a man involved in the hotel nights. Okay, hold up, guys. When they were planning a hotel night, Combs texted Jane, can I walk in on you? And Paul, I would like that. She said yes and asked him what time she would tell the entertainer. Maybe 9:30 so he doesn't run into anyone? Jane texted Paul later, okay, let me make sure the coast is clear. Wow. Again, they were planning a lot of this. Let me ask you guys a question, okay? Or maybe I should make a statement, but what I'm realizing is that, because a lot of people say, well, she was a really willing participant, a willing participant. Even if she's a willing participant, does that take away from her breaking the law? Probably not. Or any of them breaking the law. No. They could have willfully participated in a lot of this. To me, Jane Doe kind of showed that in certain areas, that she participated in certain aspects of this. It doesn't mean that the law wasn't broken. Whether she sees herself as a victim or not, it doesn't mean that the law was not broken. So I kind of wanted to put that out there. Oh. Okay, my mouse was acting up. But yes. This is what I do wonder about, like, what about everybody else? I don't know. Mm-hmm. You said an unindicted co-conspirator makes it just as guilty as he is when it came out to the escorts. That's why she got immunity. There you go. Yeah, nobody seemed to. I agree with you on this one, Savannah, because they testified. Even if they weren't distressed, like when they do prostitution rings or when they're busting rings, right? They're busting them. They're not saying, I listen. Some of these officers that are doing that and they're posing as like Johns or whatever, right? And then they go in there and they got their little money and they make the deal. Some of these prostitutes aren't in distress. They're just, I'm just doing what I have to do, to make a living, right? That type of situation. When they get busted, some of them don't really say, well, I'm in distress, or I don't want to. Sometimes it does happen depending on how intense this ring is, but it doesn't always happen that way. Sometimes women choose to be in these situations. It doesn't make it any less of a crime. Actually, if anything, it's a crime. It's a crime in general, and this is what they're doing. So you can kind of make a call for both. You could say, well, even though they were not in distress or something like that, that doesn't make it any less of a crime. It's how it happens, Mostly runaways, yeah, unfortunately, our runaways, especially our young adults. Excuse me, not young teens. Adults, can't really run away. Neither here nor there. You said that's what I've been saying. Even if you believe that they were willing participants, which I don't, but if you do, it's still illegal. It is illegal. They would be co-defendants. This is why some of them. I agree with this. They, even if they weren't stressed out and this was just like a thing that they were doing with their partner, whether Jane Doe or Cassie or anybody else saw it or not, this is still a crime that's happening because there's transactions happening in more than one pocket, and it's all under the enterprise. Because how are they paying through this? They move the money 5 different accounts to make up for things that they were doing. She was pulling in cash. She was giving him cash. And then not only that, there were damages to support some of these FOs were happening in these hotels. Like, but listen, I could be completely wrong. I can get it, and I'm willing to own, whatever I get wrong, because this is how I am, But to me, it's like you can't really. There's no other way to paint it. Let me know whether the person sees himself as a victim or not. Could very well be the situation, and sometimes it takes people a long time to come into the realization that they've been victimized. To me, even after they've been victimized, they might still be in the same industry. They might still be an industry person even after they're victimized multiple times, like, in my opinion, Jane Doe. But let me know what you guys think in the comments. Somebody wanted to give me a hug. Somebody came in to give me a hug. That's what they did. Hold up. I think we have an update. All right. Gargo says, Jane says, I'll reach out. How about P? Ital is available? Italian is available? I think that's what they meant to say. What does Combs respond? Cercio says, Combs says, okay, you find location. You in the mood? Garrigo says, Jane says, didn't know you were unsatisfied. I stopped and got a couple more outfits. You know, 5 dimes, as much ish as he talks about with this Jane Doe, he still wanted to be with her. Did y'all ever find that to be interesting with 5 dimes? As much mouth as he runs, he still wanted to be with her. I think he was upset. I mean, literally. Let me know what you guys think. Why is this thing so sensitive? Okay. I have to fix the speed of this. Okay. Here you guys. I have to fix the speed of this. It says, no, am I serious? Y'all are laughing. No, but see, 5 dimes, as much as he talks ish about Jane Doe, he still wanted to be with her. I think that he yeah. Yanni, talk about it. I have a question about that. Like, why? Because let me tell you, somebody who doesn't, they just let that go. You know what I mean? But you kind of have to wonder. You could say that. You could say that, but he wanted to be with her too. See, out of the box. See, you could say that, but he wanted to be with her too. He wanted to be with her too. Let's see. For the kid, I mean, he's not like the father of the year. He's a father, but he's not, he's got, doesn't he have one that he doesn't even talk to? He's not too close to as well. I don't know. That's interesting. Okay, hold up. My mouse is acting up. I'm gonna have to fix my mouse. Hold up. No update there. No update there. Man. Yeah, I mean, that's the upsetting part. They don't have to get along, but at the very least, I really wish that they would. I'm gonna say him specifically because I feel like he does too much. When it comes to, you know, his child, like at the end of the day, they have a child, and that's not something. It's not the child's fault that all of this is going down. If that makes sense. Yeah, I think he did. Right? Mind y'all that the oldest is entitled. The kid roasted him on social for Father's Day. Oh man. See, that's crazy. Hold up. I forget the name of this mouse. I got to figure out how to slow this mouse down a little bit. It's just going all over the place. It's making me click different things. Mouse speed. Um, but yeah. You said it is not that Cowboy and Angels are legally called agency? Um, yeah, I get two quarters at his heartbroken. See, that's why they were beefing. That's right. Tell him. I don't know how I would feel if I don't know. Let me ask the chat. So you want to ask the chat? Ask the chat. How would you feel? How y'all feel if your child parent was an OnlyFans star? Well, she wasn't an OnlyFans star for Diddy. She was an OnlyFans star. Not for Diddy. I think in general. She didn't sign up to OnlyFans and then say this is only for Diddy. No, she kind of knew it was going to be for a bunch of people. I mean, there's a lot of single parents out on OnlyFans that are making boku money doing the stuff, and I'm not shaming them. I mean, do what you got to do. Hey, as long as your kids are not there, you're going to have to explain this to your kid. You know what I mean? If that's the situation, and people make it happen and they do very well, if you know what I mean. And they do very well. Hold up, y'all. All right, I think we have an update. Garrigo says, Jane writes, I know what you like, Daddy. At the London. Before you left for NYC, you did a film. You forgot it. You promised you wouldn't forget. Then smirky face, double face. I'm coming, Daddy. That video you sent me was hot. Sweat emojis. Yeah. Yeah. Banna said her and Cassie were doing rugs before she got with Diddy. That's not what she said. And how would Banna know? Well, she meant her when she was 16, but I don't think that's what she said. I'll have to go back and check. I could be wrong though. I don't see how people don't see OF as doing prostitution. It's literally the same thing. Meanwhile, these people on trial for prostitution make sense. I don't think it's the same thing, Savannah. I think it's two different things. You can do OF and just be modeling. Prostitution is I think it's a little bit of a different service. Now, do people meet in there? Yeah, they do, and then they go do different things. Yeah, that does happen. But I don't think that everybody that's on OF is an prostitute per se. I wouldn't say that. If that makes sense. Mercy Miami, 5 times first baby mama said that he knew who his second baby mama was before he got with her. Oh, so apparently it wasn't a secret, allegedly. 5 times first baby mama said that he knew who his second baby mama was before he got with her. So apparently it wasn't a secret, allegedly. Mercy Miami, thank you for the 5. Appreciate it. Interesting. I didn't know that. Mercy Miami. Hold up. I put a little heart on your super sticker. Did you guys hit the like button? I would appreciate it. Can we get to where are we at? 400 likes, please, and thank you. Yeah. She's an industry person. This is why I always wondered why she was a Jane Doe, but she's a well-known industry person. Very well known. Really, Sister Craft, you said wouldn't it depend on some hold on, you said somebody? Wouldn't it depend on someone's individual definition of an FO? Yeah, that's true. But I think Who said in the chat that they knew somebody who was on OnlyFans and it wasn't what it was cut out to be? Huh. Thank you. Thank you, Linda. Thank you. You said selling the body, you see no different. Gotcha. I mean, everybody has a different definition. I think that there's some distinctions, but you know, um, that's just how I see it, y'all. But you guys are entitled to your opinion. I'll have to check this one here, Lindell, on this one. I can't remember on this one specifically. That's what I thought too, that people on FO making millions is literally less than 1%. The vast majority are not making money and fail. Yeah. This part right here, Miss Toby, I agree. People say different things. Absolutely. Mm. Why is it okay for us to make excuses or some and not everyone? Do we make excuses? What? Why is it okay for us to make a lot of excuses or some and not everyone? Do we make a lot of excuses? I'm so confused by your comment. I am so confused by your comment. You might want to fix it. Okay. Do we have an update? This has been like the rereading of messages. Can we ooh, okay. We're like on the long stretch. It's like we're almost there, guys. Okay. Combs told Jane to hide hotel nights from ex chief of staff. In other messages thread, planning a hotel night later in April 2023, Sean Diddy Combs asked Jane to find a location, telling her, "I can't have KK, no damn." KK, who we know is Christina Coram, Combs' former chief of staff, Jane arranged for an entertainer to meet them and said she had picked up new outfits. When Combs asked if she was in the mood, she replied yes. Combs later texted Jane, "Did you get a pill?" Give me one sec, guys. Okay. Combs later responded, "Did you get the pill and hit me up when coast is clear?" So Diddy wanted to hide these FOs from Christina Coram, even though she knew they were happening? Okay. "Joey is gone and Italian is pulling up," says Jane. The next day, Jane texted Combs an explicit message and told him, "I love you, loving on me and me, you." Okay. Somebody says, in summary, the defense reads a message from Jane packed with actual language and emojis. "I know what you like, daddy," referencing a past encounter and a video Diddy sent her. Defense is leaning hard on this to suggest consent and even enthusiasm. Yes, this is going to be the argument and the crux of this case. Baby rabbit, it's baby bunny. Question: if they contacted corn stars on corn sites and made videos, is that illegal? They are uploading videos on corn sites. If they were paying for corn videos, is that really prostitution? Ooh. Okay, hold up. Let me see if I can break this down a little bit. I really appreciate it. Shout out to Moni. If they contacted corn stars on corn sites and made videos, is that illegal? Okay. Contacting them, I don't think is illegal. I don't think that's the illegal part. They're uploading videos on corn sites. If they were paying for corn videos, is that really prostitution? Not for the videos, though. Not for Moni. Are you talking about the FOs? I don't think it's the videos per se. I think it's the transactional part of like flying them out and stuff like that. Let me know. The difference between Diddy and Corn is he didn't have a website. Well, I do wonder. I was actually had said this a couple times. I said, why didn't Diddy just open up a corn industry? And then it would have been like, something else. But like I said, I think he's from that, the hiding of the hiding of that. The hiding of that, if that makes sense. Okay. Your sitter's on the way here. Okay. Sitter's on the way. I posted a video on Discord of the first. Really, I'll have to check it out. Mercy Miami, I'll have to check it out. Do they? Hey, Andra, how are you? Andrew. Okay, here we go. Garrigo says, let's go back to GX 1406, May 19th through the 20th, 2023. Jane, Combs, Paul, and Cabral. What does Mr. Combs write? Agent says, he writes, is Chief still here? She says, no, LOL. Okay, Garrigo says, pull up the text of the personal assistant. Citicio says, I don't know who. Bunny getting the tail. Said Bunny getting the tail. Garrigo says, Miss Corum writes, for hotel, they want fruit, outfits, shorts for him, size large, fruits and juices. She writes, are you hydrated? I'll be one hotel residential side. Hey, hon, had a great time. Do you see that? He says, yes. They're just reading messages. Oh my God. Like, can we move on from the messages? It's like a repeat. That I do agree with, Terrence. That I do agree with. That was one guy, in my opinion, who I think should have been, because especially after what the girlfriends said afterwards, I was surprised that this never, really took any kind of federal, and maybe it was. I don't know. I've never really looked into that. Let's see. Was Hugh Hefner ever investigated by the FBI specifically? Oh, they did. Hold up. They did. They did. How come I didn't know this? In 2019, the FBI has released a file on former Playboy founder and editor-in-chief Hugh Hefner, who died in 2017. One of many celebrities the agency investigated over years. They did, Terrence. They did. Oh, right. Right. This is crazy. So they did do an investigation. He's actually was interviewed by the FBI a couple times. Couple times. She locks herself out of the iPad. Come on. Thank you. Sitter's on the way, okay? Here you go. Thank you. Thank you much. Say you're welcome. You're welcome. He should have been charged. He was investigated a couple times though. Okay, so we have an update. Hold up, y'all. She's the CEO. Garrigo says Miss Coram writes for hotels. They want fruits. Okay, we read this. They want fruits and outfits. That's not new. Is there another update? No. So Hugh Hefner was investigated. He was interviewed on a few occasions in the 1950s, early 1960s, over with the FBI called the obscene material. So over the obscene material. Okay. He violated a couple of laws. That's what they were saying, but I don't know why he was never arrested. He didn't violate any statutes. Excuse me. He didn't violate any statutes. But they did investigate him a couple times. Jane arranged. Okay, we have an update. 2023 hotel night with entertainer. Okay, so Jane was arranging it. We've seen this. Jane texted Sean Diddy Combs about an available entertainer and said she was trying to arrange some things for a trip. He didn't respond to a few of her messages and then said, "Baby, all is set." Jane also texted one of the entertainers asking when he would be able to fly to Miami. Days later, she texted the entertainer that she was setting up a hotel. Later that day, Jane told him, "Give me a sec, clearing out the assistant. They had to stop by to drop stuff off," and asked him to wait in the lobby. Hours later, she texted the entertainer to thank him for coming out and told him that she would send him a payment through Zelle. I guess they were using Zelle too. Wow. Which one, Savannah? Which one? Tell me, girl. Tell me, girl. Tell me which one you're talking about. I don't even know what y'all are talking about. No update. You said the funny thing is that they wanted to be called models instead of what it was. Unless modeling has changed its meaning, right? Are you talking about the women that were in the girlfriends? But it really did mess them up too, to a certain degree. I know Kendra has really, like, at least her that I remember, she's really tried to kind of get away from herself from that, if that makes sense. Oh, give me a sec. I got somebody at my door. One sec, guys. All right. Do y'all think Diddy's going to be to a RICO Suave? That's the question. I am muted. Sorry, I muted myself for a little bit because I had to say goodbye. Okay, here we go. I think we have an update. Do we? No, we don't. Yes, we do. Here we go. Carrigo says, here's Jane writes to Mr. Combs. I love you. Can't wait to see you with heart emojis. But now she writes, let's be positive. Remember how we turned it around at 1 star, right? Sergio says, right. Okay, Garrigo says, he says, you got chef. Jane says, no. Hey, weren't they? And even the chef was supposed to like testify, and the chef is not even testifying. Yeah, I muted myself. I was talking to somebody else, guys. I muted myself on purpose. When Holly got mad at Hef for not marrying her, really? She got mad, but I think Holly was really like, I don't know. She talks about that time a little bit different now. So it just makes you wonder, like, what made them kind of go into this? The chef. She did not like the curfew, really? I'll have to check. But I do wonder with if Hugh were alive now, he died in 2017. I mean, how old was the guy when he died? It's pretty, I don't know how old he was. I'll have to check. Let me see. How old was Hugh Hefner when he died? Somebody already researched this. He was 91 years old. He was 90. I thought he was like 70. He was 91 when he died. And that was in 2017. And we're in 2025. He would have been like 100 and something. And he would have had all these charges. Oh, that's like Clive Davis. How old is Clive Davis now? Isn't Clive like pretty damn old too? That's crazy. Penny, we're waiting. We're waiting for, I think they're going to be there till lunch. They didn't have to add them in there. We were talking about this. Did they intentionally miss this or what happened exactly? Yeah, Ghost. I think you're right. Typically, that's kind of been the situation. Let me see. How old is Clive Davis? How old is Isn't Clive Davis like in his 80s too? 93 years old. And you know he's done some pretty crazy ass ish in the industry. So if they trying to hold, even if he's got to go to like, they got to get it to him before he's out. Honestly. Okay. Cecilia says, Jane says, you know, I was trying for my Chef I Poo. Chef I Poo. Carrigo says, Jane writes, are you up to coming to LA? How much would it be to compensate for missing chef gigs? Sergio says, he responds, sorry, love. I could have did it with enough heads up. Mm-mm-mm. Give me 1 second. Okay, we're waiting for an update. Somebody said, call it whatever you want. The facts don't change. Diddy trafficked women for commercial S, set it up through his staff, funded it through his company, and used it for his own amusement. That's RICO. It doesn't matter if the woman wanted it. Been saying this before. The law doesn't care about consent in criminal enterprise. A crime is a crime, somebody said. Okay. Some of y'all might disagree with that. And some people are like, well, we don't have enough witnesses. This is going to be an interesting, that's the question. Did you guys vote? How quickly is it going to take for them to come up with their verdict at this point? We have 386 votes. Do you believe this is going to be a fast verdict? 69% said yes, and 31% said no. Guys, get us to 500 likes, please, and thank you. I'd appreciate it. You can tell Jane was doing it more often because this was the time he was trying to clean his name up. You said just be. Wow. Um BlackRock Investments. That's right, Chico. You'd be surprised. You think they're going to have a verdict before July 4th? I don't know, guys. I really, really think this is going to be deadlock. I really think this is going to be because I could see them because all it takes is one person to say, nope. Nope. And mind you, they have an attorney, they have a variety of jurors in there. There's a lot of jury drama, before, but it just takes one person. One person. That's it. We have an update. I'm starving. Let's eat before I get hangry. Okay. Oh, look at this, my friends. While we wait for an update, let me show you what CNN did. CNN did a little breakdown. Hold up, before we go there. Garagos. Oh, damn, what happened? Garagos. Mr. Combs writes, hurry up. She is at a hotel and she's corny as hell. Okay. Need help. LOL. Paul responds, LOL, right? Cercia says, right. And Mr. Combs sends Paul an image. Says Garagos. Does it look like Shaq? Yes. No, leave Shaq alone. Enter the chat a picture of Shaq. Maybe we have a brief sidebar, says the judge. They're on a break. Brief sidebar. Brief sidebar. Here is the damn. What is going on? Sidebar. You know what I've noticed is the prosecution hasn't objected as much at all. At all. He's getting pissed, you think? Oh man. Oh man, oh man. You think that he bribed one? People have been saying this, Linda. You're not the only one. People have been saying that he probably bribed a couple jurors. The judge was like, what's going on? We need to hurry up. Let's go. Let me know. It's just one person, Angel. It's just one person. Could you make an argument that the prostitutes were trafficked too? So would you be able to say maybe both, even though the prostitutes aren't labeled as victims? Why aren't the prostitutes victims too? That's the question that I have. Let me know what you guys think in the comments. Why aren't the prostitutes victims as well? Look, here is the what do you guys think? Why aren't they victims as well? Let me stop sharing this. Let me show you guys something while we wait for an update. Here is my CNN screen. Okay. The prosecution calls 34 victims. Here's a list of who has testified. I think this is everybody. Actually, I think this is everybody. As the prosecution prepares to arrest today, it is called a total of 34 witnesses since the S trafficking and racketeering conspiracy charges against Diddy. Combs began in May. The prosecution witness list, Homeland Security Investigation Special Agent Joseph is on the stand this morning to continue his cross-examination. So we have 34 people so far. I've literally lost count. 5 witnesses have testified under immunity: Kaplan, Garcia, Bangolo, Perez, and Paul. Eddie, my angel. Oh yeah, Garcia. Look at everybody who's testified. Has it really been this long? It's been 34 so far. Let me know what you guys think in the comments. Okay. Okay. We're on a sidebar. Hold up, let me share with you guys. I might copy and paste that CNN list onto a community wall. That's what I'm gonna do. It's a cute little breakdown. I like it. You don't get charged with racketeering, trafficking, and forced labor because everyone wanted it. You get charged because you ran a criminal enterprise that exploited people. Could you say that the prostitutes were exploited too? I have a lot of questions about that. Eddie, my angel, you know. You said, Rabbit, if that one person doesn't agree to RICO, then the person who was sleeping on the job, because it is so clear that it is RICO. There you go. You said that you talk about the if one person doesn't agree, it only takes, like I said, it takes one person. So jury gets a break. Here we go. And let me see if I can copy and paste. Thank you, CNN, for this cute little list. You will be plagiarized now. I'll give CNN credit, even though I don't like them. How come CNN doesn't name TriStar Sports and Entertainment as like, people that have been mentioned multiple times? I said this yesterday. I said, why don't they mention it? Why don't they say nothing? Find that to be very interesting, guys. Very telling of this. It's weird to me. Let me know what you guys think in the comments. Like, they don't say TriStar. I'm like, call them by name. It's okay. This is from CNN. CNN. Let's see. Let's do some sirens as emojis. Sirens from CNN. Trafficking and racketeering conspiracy, a total of on the stand. While we wait for an update, let's see. People who have testified so far: ex-girlfriend, Ventura's mother, Los Angeles police, the stylist. Let's see. Credit to CNN. I'm looking. I'm going to post this on the community wall. I think it makes it easier for people to read. They don't want to go to the website. Male dancer. I have to desensitize it. Or excuse me, censor it, because then I'll get in trouble. Here we go. Shout out to everybody in the chat. I know CNN leaked the damn video, but then they don't want to put the name on it, right? That's what I'm talking about. So, I think we have an update. Let me check. Here it is. Shaq has not testified in U.S. versus Combs, nor is he alleged to be involved. His photo was sent as a joke, as happens. But because of the excessive secrecy in this trial, public screens turned off for no reason. AI will latch onto Trey parts of question book. So this is crazy, man. It's crazy. Mid-morning break. Okay. Here's what NBC News is saying. Mid-morning break in courtroom action. The U.S. District Attorney called for a 15-minute break after at least 4:50 a.m. EDT. The defense has been examining years of text messages between Jane and Combs, showing that the former girlfriend had the freedom to travel and set up her own activities. we kind of figure that out. I feel like they're trying to say that this is consensual. This is where they're at. It's a lot of questions about this. People are saying different things. Let me see what other people are saying. It's last week of testimony. What is going on? Make sure you guys are hitting that like button, please. And thank you. I would appreciate it. Okay, here we go. Here we go, guys. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. They're back from the sidebar. They're back. They're back. They're back. Only for this. Judge says we are taking a break. This cross has already gone longer than was projected yesterday. Will they get to the defense case today? Why are the public exhibit screens left off for exhibits without Jane's name? They're back from the break only to say that they're taking a break. Why don't they just give them lunch now? Oh, this coffee, man. I haven't even drank my coffee, y'all. I cannot. You said escorts aren't. Yeah, but they can become victimized too. Is it Tavris Paris? They can become victimized. See, people don't see the industry, the S industry, as a legitimate job, and you guys are entitled to your opinion, but people can become victimized through that, just like any other job, you know. And I feel like people are, like I said, y'all are entitled to your opinion, but people can become victimized through agencies and services. 700 Club is guilty as charged. We're not at the verdict yet. And thank you. And men can become victims just like women. You know what was so interesting when I put up the post on Johnny Depp and you guys like had a reaction to it? Some of you guys were like, I'm for Johnny and he's allowed to say a statement. I'm not. And some of you guys said, I'm not for Johnny and I don't think he's a victim of this. A lot of people went back and forth. So I guess Johnny Depp did an interview. Was it with the New York Times or sometimes or whatever, some journalist thing. And he kind of exposed the Me Too movement. Some people feel like it was effed up, the things that he said, but some people feel like, well, he's a victim of the Me Too movement. Where do you guys stand with that? Let me know. Is that even a charge, Michelle? I feel like we had a discussion. Guys, I have a lot of questions about this, right? Like, don't forget, it was the was it defaced? Is that what we, man, it feels like such a long time ago. The gun was defaced, like the serial number was scratched off. Yes, and I caught this too. I noticed how NBC News is reporting this because Diddy is suing NBC. So in my opinion, they're going to have some biases on how they report anything on Diddy. That's just my opinion. But The gun situation, where's that at? There's also the gun. There's also what happened to the RX situation, the prescriptions? To me, that's a big, like, who are they? The man was giving prescriptions through a fake name by the name of Frank Black. Okay. So there's that. But who's the doctor that was prescribing him these medications under that fake name? And was there like a shopping situation with all these doctors, or was it just one doctor? There's that too. We don't know what happened. That in itself needs to be investigated. That's right. The face gun is a element of RICO. There's that. There's that. It to me it seems like there's some things we're never gonna know. That I have a lot of, that this case has opened the door to. Honestly, is a lot of things we're never gonna know that this case has opened the door to. You know. So I think we have to kind of acknowledge that, if that makes sense. You think a lot more will come out, Chef? A lot more will come out as soon as this is done. Mm. Yeah, Jess, I think it's called a it's just a deface gun, not a ghost gun, because I think a ghost gun would be different. But a deface gun would be a gun that's actually the serial number has been scratched off. Um, how was he getting all this, right? Some of this stuff he has to get through prescription. So I know that it was said that some of the assistants were getting the prescriptions for him, right? There was that, but there was also like when he was arrested, he was found with Frank Black subscriptions, or excuse me, prescriptions, not subscriptions, prescriptions. So there's that. It's a fake name. Can you do that? Can you get a if you're a celeb? Maybe that's a Google question. If you're a celebrity, can you get a prescription under a different name? This is the word. If you're a celebrity. While some celebrities have reportedly used pseudonyms or aliases to protect their privacy when seeking medical care, obtaining prescriptions under a false name is illegal. Okay, there's that. That's what it says. These prescribers somehow justify their behavior as nothing serious, thinking that they're protecting the celebrity from public scrutiny. But regardless of how they rationalize the situation, it is a violation of federal and state statute and regulations. This is what's been said. You're not supposed to. Well, Matthew Perry, who died of a overdose, and his assistant was getting him like high, was getting like excessive amounts of drugs, like the Special K, right? There was that. But I don't know if it's allowed. Yes, I saw that too. I don't know if that's allowed. Like, I thought that you get the prescription under your real name, right? And I mean, they don't divulge that information that you're getting prescriptions, but they're literally using fake names to get this medication. Mm-mm. Who said that? Hold up. I think that's a lot of I mean, I think that's something that we've all speculated. It's not a fact. Who said that? I have had that speculation for the longest time. I've always felt that Diddy had something to do with Pac's murder. Always felt that. That's speculation. I don't have the facts. I don't have proof. That's literally a opinion and speculation of my own. But I have nothing. Just like I feel like he has something to do with Kim Porter's death. That is complete speculation of my own. I have no facts over the case. But a lot of people have said that. I think that a lot of people have said that. Hold up. Dang, people are really acting up outside of that Diddy courtroom. I'm like, just be there for the content. I would not be there for anything else but the content, if that makes sense. That's it. Online mental health services can prescribe medication. Yeah. You know, and here's another speculation, completely my opinion. I think he also had something to do with Biggie's death. Yep. I could be wrong. I think he had to, you know, and I don't know the man, right? Like speculation. I think Diddy is the kind of person that he really wants to cut the competition, and I think that would have been his thing. He would have cut, you know, both sides to his benefit. You know, more well, back then we didn't say it was clout, but more clout to him back in the day, if that makes sense. I think I don't know. I could be very wrong though, but I think that that's just kind of how I saw him as being this person who was able to do that. I think so too. He's just never been caught. Two occasions, right? The College City situation, he walked out of that situation, no charges. The nightclub shooting, Shine went down for that. Did 10 years, almost 9 or 10 years, and then got deported. And then Shine, it was weird because it's like, and I've said this before, I was like, I don't know how I feel about Shine because it's like, he's no innocent victim in this, but he took the fall and then he also continued to take money from Diddy to quote unquote for the people of Belize. Okay. All right. They say money is the root of all evil. So you say we speculate Tootsie Roll was behind on it. On it. He did it with the Tootsie Roll. That's what he did. Y'all are funny. No update. Anyways. I didn't think so either. If you use an alias, you cannot have meds prescribed under your legal name. I didn't think so either. That's right. But yeah. Yes, that is true. Remember in the earlier days with Shine used to, if you ever watched the old VH1 videos, Shine was very young, very, very young, and he used to call out Diddy, talking about he didn't do this, and he's been said like he called out. If you watch any of those, and they're still available on YouTube, if you search, it's like the VH1 when they were looking into this case, right, and the nightclub shooting. Okay, Shine used to say that he had been set up, like there was something more to this, and people not to, you know, believe or anything like that. And then all of this happened, right? He took the fall. He sat there for many years. And then suddenly he kind of like, you know, he got deported back. He kind of went quiet and then went back to like he got into politics. I don't think Shine is a clean person, you know? I don't think he's an angel. I don't when he did that documentary where he sat there and I think Gene Deal a bunch of people participated in this documentary. And I was sitting there and I was like, "Oh man, like something don't sound right. This whole situation does not sound right overall." I don't think he's innocent at all. Mm-mm. Yeah, he did say that. You're right. Yep. I heard this too. So, guys, it was a slow start today. But yeah. Wait, Shine talked about Mad Mess, about Tootsies, and went back to politics and shut his mouth because he didn't want to smoke. That's right. I don't want to lose that position. And then he was still receiving money from Diddy. He was on stage with Diddy. What was it? They were on stage. They were doing like a bad boy reunion. Shine and Diddy were on stage. Remember, Shine was supposed to. He had like what is it? Biggie's like voice. It was very similar. He had that like inflection, that the same inflection that Biggie had. So he was really supposed to be somebody that was going to take over. And then the shooting happened, and then it kind of all went down. And there's that. What about J-Lo? I don't think, and this is, I know you guys get at me because y'all know that I'm not a J-Lo fan. I'm not. I've been very unapologetic about it. I'm not. I think J-Lo stayed in that, in my opinion, she stayed in that situation after the shoot. I don't think she wanted to, but she did it for optics, right? She still stayed with Diddy. She knew the kind of guy Diddy was. I mean, there were interviews out there where he was like, you know, he would cheat on her. She was going out to his door, knocking at 3 a.m. And the thing about J-Lo is, you know, J-Lo, what is it? In Living Color, she was the dancer. And then she had a couple movies here and there. She really, really made it big with Selena, right? When with her role there, that's when J-Lo was introduced to the Latino, the bigger population, the Mexican American population, because Selena is Mexican American, right? So I didn't know about a J-Lo until she did Selena, right? And she did some roles before, was it Mi Familia, where she played a very small role as the mother of, you know, in Mi Familia, right? When she did Selena, it really put her in a different area because then she was introduced to like the Mexican American community, right? And people saw her. I mean, I thought she did a fantastic job playing Selena. I can't see anybody else but J-Lo. There's been Selena series, and I can't really get into them because I only see J-Lo in my mind. I thought she did a phenomenal job. But she couldn't just do that because like she wasn't going to stay in the Mexican American or Latino sphere. So when she got with Diddy, I think it introduced her to a whole realm of music, and a whole, you know, she, in my opinion, took a lot from a lot of the artists, the black artists to be specific, Ashanti and others, to be specific. She stole a lot from people, and so then like the vocals specifically, J Lo can't sing for shit. People were saying, "Oh, you know, J Lo, she was singing on the Selena movie." No, she wasn't. Those are not her vocals. That, my friends, is Selena singing. Selena, as a genuine artist, she could dance and she could sing and she could write. And her family was all into I mean, since she was a little girl, was all into the music. It's a whole level of artistry. The reason J-Lo is where she's at is because she strategically moved the way that she did. But in my opinion, she stole a lot from people. She did. And then she will forget her roots. She'll forget her roots and then tap into being from the Bronx when it's convenient to her. I think that's a horrible thing to do to people, but that's just my opinion. Okay. All right. So 11:56, they are back. Sean Diddy Combs in a brown sweater is poring over documents with his lawyer, Nicole Westmoreland, then stands up to talk to Agnifilo. All rise, all rise, all rise, all rise. Garrigo says, back to 1406, Mr. Combs writes to Paul, security knows to let you in the back, right? They're still going through things. Okay, they're still going through things. All right, so Cedillo is back on the stand and cross-examination is resuming. The judge is on the bench. Homeland Security Special Agent Joseph Cedillo is back, and the cross continues. Okay. we're still kind of going. People are saying that the defense is stalling. Guess we'll see, man. We'll see. But yeah. No update. Oh, come on. Combs says, excuse me, Garrigo says, Combs says, just say P, not Paul. Jane writes, just to tell you I love you, listening to your music and making love with you. Parte rose, whatever we were saying, back to 1406, August 12th, 2023. He writes, movie night was off the chain. Was off the chain. Okay. Parte rose. Is that what she says? Is she repeating lyrics? Okay. I think that they're reading messages. They're reading messages. You know. What happened? What happened? What happened? What happened? You don't know Diddy. And the majority of your followers need to get a life. So y'all need to get a life. Okay. Cálmate. Cálmate, por favor. What did Nicki Minaj say? She said this one time, and I swear to God that I stole that from her. Shout out to Nicki Minaj. Pero cálmate. Here it is. Oh.
Ay, Dios mío. Cálmate, por favor.
Cálmate, por favor. Get that. Get it together. Who hurt you? ¿Quién te hizo algo? ¿Qué pasó? Oh my goodness. Get a massage. Ay, Dios mío. Anyways. All right. Oh my God. Ay, Dios mío. Cálmate, por favor. Ay, qué pendejadas. When are we going to get over this? Let's go. Marsha B's like, who harmed you? Who hurt you? Oh my God. You said they're, I hope that they are waffles biscuits. I hope that they are, you know? I don't know. Please don't let us hop on you. I know. That's right. Natalie's like, don't worry. We don't want to know about Diddy. I'm glad that you know. I'm glad that you guys had lunch. You know, that y'all shared a Tootsie Roll. Whatever. We don't give a shit. We're just talking about the case. Do your thing. Nobody cares. Okay. No update. Okay, court is back in session after a break with Cercillo still on the stand. I don't know about you guys, but all my screens are like black because I like it. It's easier on my eyes. You said, and what if we did? We wouldn't admit it. So what's your point? There you go. It's like, even if we, I don't think people would admit it. You know, people that actually know celebrities don't typically say, hey, I know a celebrity. That's been my experience. I know a couple people, but I don't say, hey, I know somebody. I know a couple people. I don't ever sit here and be like, I get information. Please note that. And I don't ever put it out because A, I'm not trying to get sued. And B, you got to let things fall the way that they may. As a YouTuber, people will send you stuff about stuff all the time. Yeah, so anyways. Oh my God, y'all are funny, man. Okay. Release that tension. That was tough. That was tough. J-Lo was overdoing the mouth movements on a lot of those songs. That one girl, I had somebody that wanted to debate me while we're waiting for an update about how J-Lo sang all those Selena songs. No, she didn't. No, she didn't. No, she didn't. she got very lucky in that role. She did. And, when she was a fly girl, people had said that she had allegedly slept around to get to where she needed to go. And, people do what they got to do in this industry. I mean, clearly that's the thing, is people do what they have to do. But to me, the problem that I have is that J-Lo will be selective about when she decides to be a Boricua or when she decides to actually tap it into her roots. And yeah, that's how I see her. Don't think she's a genuine person whatsoever. Hold up. Garrigo says, she says, so we try something new tonight? He says, call Italian. She says, meaning Jane Doe, one hotel roof, good for drinks and light bites. I think it's food. Smiley face, kiss face, right? Cercio says, right. He says, baby, I'm stressed out. Garrigo says, she says, I'm back to mommy mode. Because he needs somebody to take care of him. Okay, mommy mode. You can't stand her? That's right. She did, and then, but you know what she did to that family? What Mark Anthony's family? That was pretty effed up, Daniela. Honestly, pretty effed up what happened with Mark Anthony was married when he met J-Lo, and they were having like an affair, right? Mark Anthony had kids. Was it Dayanara? Okay, Mark Anthony had kids with this lady. I think they had twins or something. He had a family. Meets J-Lo. They denied having any kind of love connection. And then they get together and, they immediately get to work. They make her sign an NDA about things that she can or can't say. And also part of the custody is that, Dayanara wasn't allowed to talk about Mark Anthony at all, or J-Lo. Otherwise, they would penalize her one way or another. Like, they did that lady wrong. So J-Lo kind of ruined that marriage. But this is what I'm saying, is that she is she's done shit like this. She's done shit. I mean, when she was with Diddy was with Kim Porter, and I think Kim Porter was pregnant at that time. So yeah, the J-Lo is no innocent. Like, she is not above getting in between people's relationships to get what she wants. Yeah. And I think, if I remember correctly, Kim Porter did a lot of interviews. There's one that I remember that she did, I'll never forget, and I can't find it. Yeah, he left his wife. You're right. I can't find this interview, but Kim Porter was, who did she talk to? Because I'll never forget, I watched it on TV. Kim Porter talked about when Diddy and J-Lo were together and having to wait for Diddy to get over that fling. She said it. She was a fling. Called it a fling. Kim Porter waited. She was pregnant. Like, I'm telling you, no. The lady gets what she wants. That's what she does. I'm sorry. No. Oh my gosh. Lord have mercy. I swear to God. Maybe you need to take a 24-hour nap. Thank you. Thank you. Come back tomorrow, maybe, or not. Okay. Here we go. Garrigo says September 19, 2023, that corresponded to many chats we looked at yesterday. Pull up 1407. Not one by one laughs. Go to page 48. I just want to highlight a few that I didn't think were in the chart. DX 3187, Combs right, headed to ATL. There you go. Sleep. They're still reading correspondence messages. Hold up, what's this? 34 witnesses have been called so far. Oh, shout out to Diddy. Did Diddy Docket do this? Oh my God, Diddy Docket did a whole little shout out to Diddy Docket. 34 witnesses have been called so far. Don't forget, the prosecutors already proved the charges. This is what this person is saying in their opinion. At this point, they're just piling it on. No, I think they're reviewing evidence. You guys can't see that, but it's like a breakdown picture of everything. Everything. No update. No update. Hey, Naldo, how are you? I know. May she rest in peace. I think I want to say that she either had the baby or was pregnant when their relationship was ongoing. One or the other. I mean, regardless, it doesn't make it okay because he was still considering Kim Porter, like he was still with Kim Porter while he was with J-Lo. That's what I'm trying to say. Now, is that something that Kim Porter agreed to? I'm not really sure. I have a lot of questions though. No naps today. I just don't think, like I said, she's not a what year was it? Was it 2023 when she was trolled heavily by TikTok? Oh my god. That ish was so funny. That was so funny. We did so many videos on that. So TikTok came for J-Lo over the movie that she did 2 movies. She wanted this to be like a Purple Rain situation. That ish was so funny when they came for her. They were imitating her. I mean, she literally had to cancel her show. The movie flopped on Amazon. It didn't do what it was supposed to do at all. That's what I thought too. I was like, I'm pretty sure she was pregnant, but okay. Hey, I don't know. Maybe my memory could serve me wrong. Yeah. No update. Hold up. Yeah, it's gonna be the long stretch. But yeah. You said that flop tour and the movie of hers last year was so that movie. So it was the movie and then it was the making of the movie. It was so weird. Like it didn't go. And I think it cost her marriage to Ben Affleck, which is, we got to see all this in display. Like it sounded like she's just kind of, what did she say? And I quote, that when she separated from Ben Affleck, she couldn't speak anymore. I'm like, no, you could, because you were with Mark Anthony and you were talking a lot. You're talking a lot. She's like, I couldn't speak. I couldn't connect with anybody. You stayed married to that man for a couple years. So probably the longest marriage she ever had. So I don't know, but you remember that interview? There was an interview that she did where Kim Porter called her a fling or something like that. And she was waiting for Diddy to come back to her because he was dealing with them both at the same time. I said, oh man. So when they finally broke up, they broke up. No, they're divorced supposedly. No, J-Lo only married Ben once. They got engaged twice. So if you remember the first time they got engaged, J-Lo had that like pink diamond or whatever. That's what I heard too, but I don't know if I believe that. It was Ben's idea. That's what I heard. I don't know if I believe that. I don't know if I believe that it was like, it might have been his production company, but to make it seem like J-Lo was coerced or pushed to this movie because Ben told her to. Not buying it. This is a woman that she's talented in her own right. She's a great dancer. Not a singer, a dancer. I'll give her that, but I don't know about that. I don't know. You said you might want to Google MC Hammer and Jennifer Lopez. Why? Are they friends? Is there a connection? What happened? What happened? Was it a yellow or was it a pink diamond? I can't remember. It was a gorgeous ring that Ben got her at first, but they didn't last at all. I mean, they cut the wedding off. They were scheduled to get married and then they cut it off or something like that. Anyways, Combs and Jane discuss NDA for new entertainer in August of 2023. Oh, it was a canary. My bad. In text messages from August 2023, Jane and Sean Diddy Combs discuss having an entertainer sign a non-disclosure agreement. Combs asked Jane what she thought of the new guy. Jane replied, "He seems cool, babe. Hopefully he doesn't know anybody we know, LOL." Okay. She also said that she would make sure the man signed the paperwork. Based on the messages reviewed in the court by defense attorney T.D. Garagos, it is unclear whether Jane followed through on the NDA or if they hired the entertainer for a hotel night. It's interesting. Let's see. It's a pink diamond. That's what I thought. I thought it was a pink diamond. It's a huge pink diamond. Since we're on that now still. It's very big. I mean, they were a cute couple back in the day, but you know, when the Benifer was going down, but it was a pink diamond. Gorgeous pink diamond. I wonder if they would have lasted had they gotten married the first time. You know? Garagos reads, Combs writes, "I can't even look. It will drive me crazy." Jane writes, "Muy caliente," with a sweaty face. So Jane speaks Spanish or what? "The shit was different. All of it." That was September 24, 2023. The agent says, yes, this message says we had a great D-A-W? What's muy caliente? "I can't even look. It drives me crazy," Jane writes. Muy caliente with the sweaty face. That ish was different. All of it. That was September 24, 2023. The agent says, yes, this message says we had a great D-A-W. Oh, really, Linda? Linda, I'm sorry. Lindell. I called you Linda. I'm sorry. I'll have to check it out. She said muy caliente. I gave Lindell a whole different name. My bad, Lindell. I said Linda. They canceled the first wedding. They did. Thou shalt not commit slander. Let's see. Oh my God. Here we go. I'm telling you, man. Why didn't they go to bed? Let me see. Thank you for the heads up. Yeah, we have a lot of bots today. We had a lot of bots yesterday. I thought we did pretty good. I thought isn't it custom that you're supposed to turn in the engagement ring if y'all don't get married? I agree on this one, but I think she did a great job on that one. I don't take that away from her. I just don't think she can sing or dance. Well, excuse me, she could sing, she could dance. She just can't sing. Oh my God. What? What is this? See, I'm like, can you even take this serious? Hold up. What is this? Somebody put an article up here. No, it's not there anymore. I must have clicked it wrong. Let's see. Diddy's defense. Hey, feds, Iran's the real threat. Stay out of his bedroom. When did they say this? Iran may be the key to Diddy's defense in his trafficking trial because we're told his defense may use the growing conflict in the Middle East as a way to take a shot at the federal case against him. Oh, come on, TMZ. Oh, come on, TMZ. Oh my God. No, 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 no. This is crazy. Let me see. I mean, I could have just blocked you since you're being disrespectful. There you go. Not only are you timed out, you're just blocked. Thank you. I thought you would have changed your attitude. Maybe come back some other time. You clearly have multiple accounts. This is like weird. Thank you. The TMZ is crazy, right? There you go. Block. But that was multiple because I blocked that person for 24 hours. There's multiple accounts. It's crazy. Like weird. That's obsession. You don't have to do that. TMZ is trolling us. That's what it feels like. How is that going to help the defense? I'm so confused. They sound desperate. I think TMZ is trolling everybody. I didn't expect to read that. I was like, are they serious? Are they really going to say that? I don't know. It's a stretch. Oh, God. Garrigo says, Jane writes, Daddy want to see mommy be bad tonight, right? Slide to the left in at the restaurant. No water emojis. Yes? Cecilio says, yes. She writes, I'm going to blow your tonight. Can't wait to do something to the area. The agent says, right. There you go. Oh my God. See, these were not read. Oh, she said she's reading it. She's reading it. Not she said daddy. She writes, I'm gonna tonight. Can't wait to in your but yeah. The Tootsie Roll. Somebody said you can't make this shit up. That's how I feel. I'm like, my head hurts, y'all. This is too much. Oh, Jane was sick. Oh my God. You think okay, Mika, that's a good point. Maybe the defense is like, by reading this, well, given that they saw a bunch of videos, some of which they were like they couldn't even see, right? So they're maybe trying to read these messages to desensitize the whole thing. Maybe. So we all know he likes to rub the Jew, and I need therapy after this trial. I feel like we're going to need more therapy than anybody else. I'm like, this poor jury, and they're getting the whole material without any censorship. Keep that in mind. Yeah, he did. He did. Right? Ay, 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 Dios mío. Yes, they're reading the transcripts, or at least they're reading the messages from the attorneys. Yes, chef, that is correct. That's what that is true. That's what the transcript says, that he likes to. Yeah, there's that. There is no twerking emoji. You said this trial makes me never want to hear certain words again. Listen, I think I'll be fine if I never hear anything anymore. Like, if I don't hear anything about Diddy, if I don't hear anything about, like, I feel like I know Diddy way too much more than I ever really wanted to know the man. Ever. Garrigo says, Jane sends more emoji drools. Oh, why? She writes, it's sexy here in the hotel. Yeah, we need to run to the freak store. Let's skip ahead to 55. She writes, I didn't have time to do my nails. And he says, Cecilio, he writes, I effing love it. Okay. NBC News writes, at times, the life of Jane was delicate balance between her passion for Combs and her responsibilities as a single mom. In a series of August 13, 2023 text messages to Combs, she graphically discussed S in the same breath as her back-to-school shopping list for her son. She called that her mommy mode. Oh, NBC News. Did you have to write it like that? But did you have to write it like that, NBC News? But did you have to say that? Lord have mercy. She had to say it like that? Thank you, Moya. I appreciate it. I'm trying. Like I find myself, singing, so I have to get around certain things. I do apologize because I'm not trying to get censored. We are singing certain areas. I know it's funny, but honestly, it's kind of like I have to get creative how I'm going to say certain things. Says the shopping list with mom. Well, she's on. Hey, well, did she get the shopping done? Can we give her credit for shopping? She got the shopping done, right? She get the shopping done? Can you give her credit for that? I think it's okay to say that. She said very little. I cannot. You said that's diabolical. Did she get the shopping done? Oh, Lord have mercy. Now, let me know what you think in the comments. Okay, we have an update. Now, are we going to go? I don't think there's going to be a lunch break or something. Just like yesterday, it was a little bit crazy. Okay. Cargo says, let's just quickly look at, this is just Jane and Combs. Agent Cerceyo says, oh, correct. Line 913, September 30th. Jane writes, I love you, baby. Have a great show. This I won't repeat here. Laughs. There's no location entries until February 8th of 2024. Okay. Waiting for updates. The baby oil name has officially been renamed to Diddy Oil. I'm telling you, that would be actually a good marketing thing for like adult, not baby oil, adult oil, the Diddy oil. Keeps you oily all day. I would totally market that. I would don't call it baby oil, call it the Diddy oil, adult oil. Not Johnson, like separate that because those are two different things. Not Johnson & Johnson, the Diddy oil. Okay? Like he could have come up with his own oil type of situation and like mixed it up, done all that, and then he would have had his, because he's got his own, De Leon and Ciroc. Now he's got the Diddy oil. That'd have been that'd have been a great idea, Oh my God. You would not buy Diddy oil? The Diddy oil? So many businesses opportunities have been missed. Did he do it oil? Did he do it? Oh my God. And what would be the smell? I'll let you guys decide that. I'll tap out of that one. Johnson's Diddy and Diddy? Ay, Dios mío. I think it's a business venture, okay? It's a business venture. Just never know. Business opportunities. Hey, people come up with S toys all the time. You know what I mean? Like you can have your own brand of S toys or your own brand of lingerie or something like that. I mean, did he do it? Did he do it oil? Do it oil. Not the Tootsie Roll slide. Stop. The smell. Medusa's like, not the smell. Not the Tootsie Roll slide. I'm done. There you go. Diddy Daddy Oil. Oh, Lord have mercy. That way it could be short for the DDO, the Diddy Daddy Oil. And that's right. You could combine applesauce, burgers, and Heinz ketchup. That's a scent. The Diddy Glide. That's a good one. Call it the Diddy Glide. The Diddy Slide Glide. There you go. Or Tootsie Roll set. See, that's more inviting. There you go. Yanni. Glade candles. I mean, I'm saying the man is obsessed with this oil stuff. It's got it everywhere. And look, see, even Fighting 40's laughing it up. Y'all are funny. Take a poll on what? What do y'all mean? On a name? Y'all are crazy. Hudson, how are you? You said I missed 3 hours. Oh no, you're fine, Hudson. They're literally just still on reviewing the evidence. Honestly, there's nothing else. They're just we've been trolled so much today, that's for sure. But they're just reviewing the evidence. You said so many. There was business opportunities he could have, explored. There really was. But now, like literally, it's a lot. It's a lot. You're so glad you don't buy baby oil. This is so off-putting. There you go. Take a dabble of the Diddy oil. Oh my God. Y'all figured out the marketing already. And the chat goes off the rails. See, I thought I was bad. You guys are bad. I thought I was horrible. You guys are next level. Let's see. Come on. Like, is this going to go all the way? So what happens after lunch? Are they going to still question? They're just reviewing the messages again. Just so crazy. We smarter. See, if he would have been smart, he could have totally have marketed off of this thing. He really could have. He could have done something with it, But yeah, he just wasn't. Yes, you're right. You're right, Keisha E. Yes, he did. Brandon at some point, and then there was somebody else that was picking up. Was it Jonathan Perez who would pick up the styles for the FOs too? The poll. You said it's funny how the polls are rigged. I don't know if they're rigged. You guys are funny. Yes, remember yesterday they said it'd be a long stretch before the first break. That's true. Are they going to eat? Linda, what are they saying? They're going to eat or what? I got to heat up my food. Oh my God, Morris. Shout out to Morris. You ain't doing it till you doing it with oil, with Diddy oil. Did he? What was I was listening to Armand. I swear he kept calling Diddy, did he? Or something like that. Did he? Did he? It's just the way that he was speaking. It almost sounded like instead of saying did he was saying did he? Did he? Oh, we're nowhere. Oh my God, Vic. Shout out to Vic. Vic, we are nowhere near closing arguments yet. We are, for those that are coming through that are late, they have a special agent who's been testifying. He testified all day yesterday. We're on day 2, but now he's at cross. They're reviewing messages. So this is is it a summary witness? Is that what they call them? A summary witness. So we've been waiting for updates on that. They're supposed to end this week, at least with arguments, and then go into deliberation, but we're still waiting. Slip, don't drip. Slip, don't drip. You guys are going to get me banned. You know what? remember that one guy, Hudson? The one guy, was it allegedly Joseph Sherman? And he was accused on that Talia Graves lawsuit, right? That he was that they had filmed something and they had sold it. They had it like on the dark web or something like that. That's what they're saying too. So it wouldn't surprise me. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Is like he could have made a business out of it, but he didn't. He didn't. It was more of a feeding his addiction. No update. They're gonna go over everything. You said freak oil? I thought we decided on the slip drip. On the slip drip. Diddy slip drip. No update. You said the Punisher and the others are doing interviews and written books. That's right. Yep. This one right here, I would have said it, grab it oil, but it sounds like rabbit oil. He would have kept, well, he would have like separated himself from the Johnson & Johnson stuff, this might be a whole different story, All right, hold up. We have an update, guys. We have an update. Christina Corum. Okay, so Garrigo says, Christina Corum asked Jonathan Perez, how does he look? He could put him in front of someone, but he just took a full bar. So I think he'll be sleeping soon. Now, can we turn off the public screen? Public screen has been turned off this whole time. Oh my God, how frustrating. We're like waiting for an update. We're waiting for an update. It's crazy. Okay. Hey, what was Bianca wearing the other day in New York? Was it like a candy necklace all over her? Was it like a Bianca Sensori was wearing like a whole little candy outfit? I said, "Oh my God, you just ruined my childhood." You know those little candy bracelets that you would wear? You know what I mean? Like those ones. It's like a candy bikini. I said, "What?" Okay, we have to have a talk about her, all right? And I'm not saying that, but if I find out in the next 5 or 6 years she's literally like filing a lawsuit over this, over the things that she was doing with Kanye, I don't know, man. I'm waiting for it. I'm telling you, I'm waiting for her to say, and that's not to take, I mean, she could very well be, coerced and all that other stuff, but I'm telling you right now, I'm struggling with her. I really am. I really am. Because there's times where it's like, where do you make of that? That's her swimsuit line is candy, edible swimsuits. And so she's like parading this all over New York City or wherever the hell they're at. I'm telling you, I feel like Kanye is just kind of like offering her out for people. Bianca Sensori, Abraham. I know, but in S stores, right? Not like for public view. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Kind of have to wonder. Let's see. You said, Rabbit, it's a sculpture swimsuit. Is it? She's walking around it. Oh my God. You says, why did I look that up? Yep, walking around with candy bikinis. We did, Jespy. We got so many of them today. We got a lot of Diddy boppers, bops, wops, robots. It's a little crazy. Everybody's falling asleep. Are y'all falling asleep? Shout out to Diddy Docket. We're all trying to wake up. Wake up! Let's go. Let's do this. Come on. What's going on? There were so many. It's just too many, y'all. We're getting hit a lot, and maybe it's because it's the last week of the trial. We're getting hit a lot with different robots. Wait, Lindell was like, Bianca was wearing something? Yeah, she was. Let's see. She did make, oh yeah, she did. I think you're right, Natalie. She did make like edible swimsuits. She did. And isn't it funny that her last name is Sensori, which means like censor? Bianca, is that like an accident or what? No. Keisha E, I have not. I know that there's like some leaked audios on Cassie and stuff like that. We can look into that during lunch if they ever go to lunch. You found a box of those edible underwears in your parents' drawer. No, you didn't. Oh my God. I would have had nightmares. You'd be like, I'm out of candy, so we're going to get those candies. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, we're getting it's funny because the bots keep saying the same thing. And then I blocked one bot and one bot came back on a backup channel. Like, what is going on? Weird. It's just too many bots. You wanted to, no, I'm not. I'm kind of like at this point where I'm over it. Chico, we've been getting bots since the morning. Like bye, Janice. There's just too many of them. I think I've put like at least 7 to bed already. It's too many of them. We're probably gonna get more. You said instead of participating, been lurking lately, just popping in to say all crazy entertainment. Hey, Stella, how are you? Shout out to Stella. Thank you for stopping by. Have you? It's been a lot of people that have been blocked. It's okay. Oh, really? It means go says sensor. Well, sensori means sensors in in Italian. Gotcha. Not Spanish. I know this, but you guys have been noticing how many bots we've been getting? It's not just us. I think it's gonna get worse, minds y'all. I mean, they hire these, and if you look at the people's accounts, they're literally accounts from like a month, 2 months since the trial started, old. So what I'm noticing is like, for those that don't know, you can buy accounts and buy them in bulk. So it's just somebody or a company that'll start a bunch of YouTube accounts, buy them in bulk, and then they target a creator. They can either report your video, or they can be in your chat spamming you, or they can do all kinds of things. I've seen it happen. This is why links are blocked on my chat, because we used to get this, like when I first started, we used to get these bots that would go in there and drop corned links all the time. You just never know. It's too much. And so, yeah, the trolling is on 10 when it comes to this. All right, we have an update from CNN. Combs and Jane discuss flying an entertainer Sly. Defense attorney Tina Garagos reviewed text messages between Jane and Sean Combs from late September 2023. In the conversation, they discuss flight options for the entertainer, Sly, and exchange explicit message. I love being KK for you. I love driving you wild. Jane texted Combs. In a later message, Jane told Combs that she needed to get an outfit from the freak store and that she was pale and had to get her nails done. I effing love it, Combs responded. The next day, Jane texted Sly in part, tonight was amazing per usual. Okay, that's what she texted. Tonight was amazing per usual. Okay. Then we have an update. Garagos, here you have flight records for Jane going from LA to Miami 5 days before Combs posted IG video, right? Cercillo says you're right. Garagos, now a phone call from Antoine to Jane. 0 seconds. What does that mean? The clock starts at ringing? Oh my gosh. It's just like, blah, it's dragging. You know. Thank you. I'm telling you. I swear to God, these bots. This is so hilarious. Let's see. I swear, some of these people are not real. Thank you. What I do though is I download the chat. And I'm able to see where the accounts are from. So it's all good. Oh my gosh. Just because they have their own opinions, you think they're bots? No, I don't think so. That's not the case at all. Actually, there's a lot of people that have their own opinions here. But thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. I swear this is like crazy. Some of these accounts are not familiar and they're new. Let me do something real quick. Damn. This is like on 10. Let's do something real quick. Yeah, I think that would be perfect. Thank you. That'll help it, at least for 5 minutes. Yeah, we're blocking bots. There's just too many bots. Thank you, Judith. Change it to 20. I know we might. It just depends. I really try to be like flexible overall, but it's just like too much. It's too damn distracting after a while. So we just have to block or remove, but I have a way of checking the bots. Thank you, Judith. I appreciate it. You guys are entitled to your opinion. I'm not here to make it change or anything like that. But what I'm noticing is that if you're speaking on Diddy or anything that some people may not like that opinion, then it's like, then you get spammed. So I know that we're being attacked one way or another. So it's just too much. Yes, in full effect, for sure. Closer we get to the end of the trial, I'm noticing it. I don't know if BJ notices it as well. I'm kind of curious. Sylvia, where have you been? Yeah, that's it. Don't say something that's disrespectful. I don't care what opinion. You guys can believe that this. We've had different people in the chat that don't believe this is a sham case. That you guys are entitled to that. Then I have the people that earlier I was insulted by somebody talking about. I mean, it was just too much, and I was like you can't please people in the opinion. You could, even if you want to have an open conversation about this case, it's like if you don't swing one way, people get mad. If you don't swing the other way, people get mad. And I truly we're just having conversations and covering this case. Literally, there are people, well, you're victim shaming if you don't say it this way. No, I believe that this is the case. Okay. Then you're biased because you don't believe this about Diddy. No, I believe this. Like, get it together. Which way do you want people to swing? So I'm just giving commentary and you guys are entitled to your opinion. That's it. Nothing more to it. And then keep it cute. Who cares? Okay. Let's see. Garrigo says, we don't have the public screen on, so play this video. We hear audio, beautiful day like this, a bass is playing. Garrigo says, that was June 2024, right? Citio says, right. Okay, Garrigo says, let's play more videos. Oh, 3 juror devices are not working. Oh my God. The devices are not working. Oh my God, can we get somewhere? That's right. It's called opinions. You're not booted. You're here. We see you. You're here. Thank you. Thank you. He just dropped. We do all have words in common. You're right. You're right. You're right. My goodness, guys. Like, so the device is broke? There's bots in the courthouse? Oh my God. There's bots in the courthouse too? No. Oh, Lord have mercy. Are you shushing me? No, I see you. What do you mean? You're here? I see you. I see you. I see you. Did you say something? I see you. I see you. Let's see. Thank you. That's right. And Chico thinks that that they're in over their head on this one too. Everybody's entitled to their opinion, guys. We are all entitled. No, but it's not one way or the other. You know what I mean? As long as we're having a conversation about it. Okay, so I'm not the only one. Thank God. Okay, I'm telling you, and maybe let me see if I can send, because there's several creators that are covering this, guys. It's not just clearly not just us. There's several. Let me put a little SOS on everybody, because that's good. Now we know. Now we know. So if BJ seen it, it's really bad. I see you, my love. Don't say my bad. You're good. The bots are on 10. It's just getting a little bit crazy. That you're absolutely right. None of them are worth the energy. You said Elon. Oh my gosh. Okay, CNN has an update for us. Jury saw texts about Combs while King nights at Jane's home. Okay, so in the text message, Quorum asked Combs, was a Wild Key Night mode active or Gucci bag active? And Paul responded, in between the two. Paul previously testified that the messages referred to a Wild King Nights at Jane's home that he helped set up. I don't think his name was Paul. I thought his name was Jonathan Perez. Okay. Anyways, Hotel's Homeland Security agent confirmed that on February 19, 2024, was not listed as an event on the summary chart, and that he did not review any messages between Combs, Jane, or a third party around that date. So again, Teeny is making this review on these messages to kind of drive this home. Teeny Garrigo's reviewed additional messages between Quorum and Paul from around that time discussing Combs in the messages. Quorum asked if they were just chilling at Jane's home, and Paul confirmed that they were. Okay. A flight record shows Jane flew to Miami before Combs' May 2024 apology video. The flight record shows Jane flew to Miami from Los Angeles in the days before Sean Diddy Combs posted his Instagram apology video, responding to the release and surveillance footage showing the intercontinental assault of Cassie Ventura. Defense attorney Teeny Garrigos confirmed with Homeland Security Investigations Special Agent that the records listed in the summary charge do not indicate any evidence of third-party meeting with Combs and Jane during that time in Miami. Okay. So you're just reviewing information. But yeah. Interesting. Oh, really, Vicky? I didn't notice that. Not everything is a bot related. The spot is media. Platforms are internally removing and slowing down. Well, we're talking about what the people that are appearing in the chat that are accounts that are less than a month old. I don't know if that's kind of what we were referencing to bots. Okay, let's see. You think the feds overstep on the charges, but that's just me. A lot of people feel that. You said, so KK was surprised that they were chilling. Is that what they're trying to show us? Okay, that was one time. They should be tired. I'm tired just hearing about these FOs. Interesting. You said careful with asking which way they want to swing. Oh, Lord. No update. It's because there's nothing really other than them asking the same questions to the agent. That's about it. We're not really hearing anything else. Jane and Combs. Okay, this is NBC News. Thank you. Shout out to you, Vicky. Thank you for stopping by. Oh my god, my Love Island addiction. I have to check it out. I have not heard of that. Thank you for stopping by though. Shout out to everybody. All right. Jane and Combs spoke about NDA for male escort. Jane and Combs spoke about getting an NDA in August of 2023 for a male escort for a night in Las Vegas. Jane texted Combs asking if one of his guys could print a non-disclosure agreement. He doesn't know anyone we know, so I'll have him sign the paper, Jane said. So she was making them sign NDAs too? Wow. Well, has the plane landed? Where are we at? A lot if the jury is deadlock. Let me see what Google says. I mean, they can retry it. If the jury is deadlocked, meaning they cannot reach a unanimous verdict, the judge will declare a mistrial. This means the trial ends without a verdict and the case is left in a state of uncertainty. The prosecution or plaintiff then has the option to retry the case with a new jury, dismiss the charges, or potentially negotiate a plea bargain. That's what happens. So there's a lot of things that they can do. That makes sense if it's deadlock. For sure. You said it's lunchtime? I don't think so. Man, they've been going over it. Somebody said, good Lord, a summary. Defense walks through Jane's flight to Miami, phone records with Antoine, and a June 2024 IG video from Diddy. None of it is shown publicly because of the off screen. The jurors' tech fails while a key video plays. We've got private exhibits, silent screens. And now 3 jurors can't see the evidence. Oh. This day in court is turning into a mess, but I'm over here with the scorecard trying to keep track of every detail. It's turning into a mess. I'm like, those jurors must feel like this is too much and it's dragging. They must feel like this is a lot. It'd be cool if we can get Snoop Dogg to read inner city press tweets. It's 1 p.m. in the East Coast right now. 11, 12. Oh, are they not going to eat or what? That's interesting. Have we landed the plane yet? Where's the plane at? Can I get Snoop Dogg to read this? Let me see. Let's see. Let's play one more video. 3 jurors' devices are not working. Let's see. Can Snoop Dogg read this? Wait, what? Hold up. I guess I could do that. Okay, thank you. What? Did y'all hear that or no? Let me know if you heard it. Teeny's on repeat. She's trying to land that plane. The chat froze up. Let me know. Oh, you can't hear it? Oh my God, that was hilarious. Y'all can't hear it. Okay. You said they're starving and the jurors need to sleep. Oh, that sucks. I don't know. I'll have to let me see. That's crazy. It worked for me. Let me see if y'all can hear it. Y'all can't hear it. All right. I don't think you can hear it. Pregnancy brain is hitting. Oh, yeah, I know. She's pregnant. It's crazy. I mean, shout out to her. She's able to do this. That plane got lost in the Bermuda Triangle. They're rereading messages. You think that will retry that? You said, I can't hear it. You can't. Yeah, I know. I think I need to like come in and out of the screen in order to make it work. It's not going to work. I know, right? I heard it. But you guys can't hear it. No, there is no. We don't know anything. There is no nothing. Okay, here we go. Judge says, we have some more devices charged up. Garrett goes, we'll hear the music. Now play the entire video. Now, in this one, let's jump ahead to 7 minutes and 8 minutes. Now 19 minutes. Oh my God. And then I heard it was like really hot over there in New York right now too. So I'm sure that they're feeling some type of way. Oh my God, Sylvia. Thank you. Thank you for the lunch money. Thank you for the lunch money, Sylvia. Sorry, I didn't even look at my phone. We fighting with bots. We shouldn't be fighting with bots. I heard there was like a really horrible heat wave. Yeah. We're waiting for an update. Somebody said, out of curiosity, which witnesses would they have called if they did what they would have done in their line of direct questioning or testimony when they won't even touch the crux of the matter? Yeah. No update. Somebody said, one thing I am about to do is clear text messages and videos out of my phone. All these text messages and recorded that I feel we've seen is crazy. I like this. Keep hitting the points, Tenny. Yep. Somebody said that in there. No, I'm not answering. Ooh, people are going crazy in the comments. We're waiting for an update. It's 107 in New York City right now. People were saying that it's super hot over there right now. I'm like, it must be hot in that courtroom too, right? Honestly. Oh my gosh. No update. You said there's no witnesses they could call because they'd be admitting to being involved in Diddy crimes. Oh man. You heard it's 102 in Michigan? Okay, here we go. Oh, Tini Garrigo says, almost done. Please stop it here. Do you see the message from Jane? I have the best memories. I have just a few to asking about 1409, but bring up 1408. Do you see an account transfer of 22,000? Cecilio says yes. I think they only have a couple more messages. Oh my goodness. Are we almost done here? TD Garrigos, really? That's why TD Garrigos is like, we got to take this whole thing all the way through. We have to go. Dang. Let's go, TD Garrigos. Come on, TD Garrigos. Let's go. Land the plane, because the plane is like, I don't know. Is it somebody said it was in the Bermuda Triangle. Somebody bring back the plane. Bring back the plane. Okay. New update. Jurors shown freak off footage of Jane. Oh my God. They're watching movies. The panel was shown a video footage of Jane and an S worker, Paul, in a freak off session from July 31st to August 1st of last year. At the 90-second clip played, it appears 3 jurors had defective headsets, but it was quickly diagnosed that they had just failed to turn them on properly. The defense wants to show any acts that suggest Jane had free will and could have left Diddy at any moment. Oh my God. So they're reviewing this. They're like, oops, we forgot to turn on the devices. My bad. She says she's near the end because it's close time. Oh my God. Is Belen in the chat? Hey, Belen. It's 92. Listen, I like me the hot weather. You guys are going to think I'm crazy, but I love the sweaty hot weather. I do. I love it. Belen, how are you, my love? I love it. You guys are going to think I'm crazy, but I love the hot weather. And then especially at night when it's still a little hot, but it like cools down with the little breeze. I'm so here for it. I love it. Love it. Love it. Really, I love the hot weather. Just a thought. Do you feel me? It's just a thought. What if all this time defense is taking their time is so Diddy can rewatch the videos of the FO back in jail? Oh my God. Okay, today's 101 in Arizona. It was 116 last week. I love the hot weather. I hate winter. I really do. I hate winter, but I love the hot weather. Oh, really? I didn't know that. Y'all think I'm crazy. So I was trying to tell you guys before I was rudely interrupted is that I think I'm going to get a tattoo, right? While we wait for an update. And so I've been drawing on myself. So I think, did I tell you guys? I can't even remember. I was so taken back by the Diddy bots. I wanted to go do a tattoo right here. So I've been writing on myself different designs. And I want to do 3 plumerias because, my children I'm Mexican, but my children are Polynesian, right? So 3 of them. I thought that would be like a beautiful island flower. I love the hot weather. And some tribal something in there. And not with their names, but in representation of them, right? Like my 3 children. So, yeah. You hate I love the hot weather. Oh, spring brings you migraines. I hate cold weather. You don't like hot weather, Valerie? I can handle. I've got some tattoo stuff. And then when it's hot, alcohol hits a little bit different, right? Like you can actually feel it, the alcohol when you're, when it's hot weather. So I love the hot weather. Can you do their birth? Oh, that's a good idea. Like their what is it? Their birth month? I think mine's is I have to see. That's a good idea though. Let's see. There you go. It's a whole different heat. You don't like drinking during the heat wave? I love it. There's no real winter in Dubai? All right, guys, we're waiting for an update. Let's go. Okay, here we go. In I think we might take a break here pretty soon. In 1409, it was Jane Fuentes Transportation. Do you see that it has $151.99 for Jane's true name and also Cabral Williams? It's hard for me to see the lines. Can you move the cursor up? Okay, public screen is off. Garrigo says $324.50 and $760.25. It's so hard to kind of understand what's going on because it's like we're reading things in halves. That makes sense. There is a difference in the heat between the south and the north. We read about the jurors' defective devices. I think the chat has been tripping all day. So there's that. It's been one of those days, guys. Yes, you could feel the alcohol better because you're ready to pass out from dehydration. I don't know about that. It's like you could feel the alcohol like better. Like if you're drinking a salsa or a cuervo or a casamigos or what is it? What is it? Y'all put the names on those drinks in the chat. A jimador, which is another cazadores, which is another excellent drink. Jimador with pineapple, the best. I'm a tequila drinker. I'm not a vodka drinker. If you guys can notice that, probably have had more tequila in my life than vodka. But all of these drinks are amazing in the hot ass sun. I love it. I love it. I love it. It is. It is. It is. It is. It is. It is. Wasn't Diddy actually? That's a good point. Wasn't Diddy messing with the room settings for like? How was he making? There was something that was said. I can't remember where in the transcripts that he would mess with the room. Part of the room setup was like he wanted the temperature of the room a certain way for the FOs. Is 92 life lessons learned? Gotcha. Drinking in the heat makes you sick. I like drinking in the heat. I don't know. It just hits you a little bit different. Okay. Meanwhile, Combs passes a note to Nicole Westmoreland, still seated at his right, who then whispers in Agnifalo's ear. Garrigo says, let's go to page 96, Sean Combs' personal bank account records. Total due is $74,000. There's an account transfer to the LLC. Oh, watch, Robin gets mentioned again. Robin gets mentioned again. Oh, man. Oh, man. He was making them hot? He was making the rooms hot intentionally? Why? I haven't had a drink in many years, though, but that would be like my go-to if I was, it's been a while since I've had a drink. You said that GIF was very relevant. You know what I wish YouTube would do is allow us to put GIFs in the chat. I would love that. The chat would be crazy. He said he liked them sweaty. Oh my God. Vodka makes me sick. I can't do vodka. We have an update. I don't see it. Yeah, we just read this Westmoreland. They're passing notes. We're waiting. Just got a text message. We're waiting for a freak. What is going on? Oh, they're going to keep this going all the way through. 75 degrees. Okay, here it is. Your Honor, can I have a moment? One more video and then we're done. The one that wasn't working this morning. Turn off the attorney screen. You review the metadata? Agent Citizen says, which chart? That's a great question. Laughs and then plays it. So one more video? One more video? What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? You know what, Hudson? All of the setup of this is just crazy to me. Like, that's too much. What does Beyonce request her room temperature? Hold up. Let's see, Linda. What does Beyonce request room temperature? At 72? That's not bad. Her dressing room to be at 78. That's not bad, actually. Oh my God, come on. You keep yours. I keep mine at 74. 78 is not too bad. Yeah. Most rooms are set at 68, right? That's right. Well, I'm a Sagittarius. I bet we have a mix of signs here. I know we have a lot of Ariuses as well. We got a lot of fire. See, this is why I don't mind the heat, because I'm a fire sign. I'm a fire sign. We don't mind the heat. We like it hot. We like it hot. I think they're at lunch now. I think they're almost at lunch. Let's go. I got to get something to eat. I got to get some water. I got to run. What are we doing here? I need to get up. Let's go. Damn, they really did. Why did they do it like this today? Let's see. I'm waiting for them to excuse everybody while we wait. Dang. We're waiting, guys. We're waiting. Let's see. Is today early? I don't think today's going to end early. Do we have? See, we have Sagittariuses. I'm a Sagittarius, y'all. You're a fire sign too? Yep. That's why we like the heat. Bring it on. Okay, here we go. No update. Your Honor. Okay. I see people are going outside though, so they might be on a break. You've had your moment. You've had enough moments. I know, like, Teeny, hurry up. Hurry up, Teeny. Hurry up. Land the plane, because the plane is everywhere. Just go crash. Land the plane, Teeny. Teeny, land it. Land it. Can we go? Land the plane. You're a Scorpio and you don't like being hot? Oh. You need a peanut butter jelly sandwich? No. I did not. Who threatened me? Who? What Chico? I'm confused. I don't know. I'm so confused. Okay. I'm like so confused. All right. I don't see it, Chico, but okay. Let me see if sorry, I'm trying to see if we have an update. No update. Okay. Moving on. We're waiting for an update. All right. CNN says jury watches more explicit videos of Jane. Okay. So the defense attorney Tini Garagos played additional explicit videos of Jane from around July 31st and August 1st. The jury viewed more than 6 minutes of these clips. Garagos says that she has one or more explicit video to play for the jury before concluding her examination. The video was created on December 17, 2021. Records show Combs paid for Jane and the entertainers travel from personal accounts, but summary lists charts travel managers as payers. Okay, so the summary charts lists travel managers as payers. Defense attorney T. Garagos shows the jury records that September to November 2023 indicated that Sean Diddy Combs paid invoices from his personal account to his travel management company for travel and accommodations for Jane entertainers around alleged hotel nights. You didn't write that Mr. Combs personally paid for these. Garagos asked Homeland Security Investigation Special Agent, referring to the summary charts he helped prepare for prosecutions. The government summary charts and list travel managers as paying had listed travel managers as paying those. Yeah. Okay. That's okay. I'm telling you, these are bot accounts. Chico, all of these accounts right there, they have been coming in and out, in and out. They're just bot accounts. That's all. They're making threats. Thank you for this though. All right. And thank you. And by the way, I am Mexican because people were saying that I was Asian. I'm Mexican. So shout out to the person that made got it right. Okay. Tini Garagos, thank you, agent. Please go back to keeping your New York City safe. There's laughs. Redirect. AUSA says briefly, did we just see Sean Diddy Combs paying for travel of Cabral Williams from Atlanta to Florida across state lines? Objection. Oh my God. There's a redirect. Come on with the judge. Oh, wow. Right. Stop watching court clips and land the plane. That's right. I think there is court tomorrow. I'm pretty sure. Do the charts represent every text message in this case? Cercio says no. Okay, AU says, let's pull messages before this date. Oh, Garagos says, objection beyond the scope. Okay, there's an objection from Garagos. AU say, Miss Garagos did it. Judge says sidebar. Oh my God. Not another sidebar. We're at a sidebar. We're at a sidebar. Defense finishes cross-examination of the agent. They're done. Defense team is finished with their cross-examination, but now there's a sidebar. Lord have mercy, no. What are we doing? What are we doing? You tell them, John. You tell them. That's right. We are some of the nicest people you'll ever meet. Thank you. Thank you for saying that. Oh my God. Let's see. Let's see. Oh man. I tell you, man. I'm telling you. They're passing notes. It's a lot, y'all. Thank you. That's right. Soy Mexicana. Rabbit, I'm Mexican too. Good. I'm glad. Defense gonna take more than 4 hours for closing arguments. I'm just wondering, why do they need another? Like they're doing the cross. I'm like, can we eat before we do a cross? Yes, there's court tomorrow that I know of, unless something else happened. Good. This is hilarious. I guess there was somebody in the chat who made a threat. Somebody, a free Diddy account, mind you. You need to watch your mouth, Mexican, and further watch your back. Okay. Thank you. See, this is how serious this gets. These bots go in. They go crazy over this. I'm like, okay, well, all right then. Thank you. Okay. Anyways. I know, right? They go in too hard. Defense ends cross-examination of Cercillo. Okay, so there's that. What else are we waiting for? Okay, sidebar. Why didn't they just let them go to lunch? Are we not doing a lunch today? Are people not allowed to eat today? What are we doing? You said the judge wants closing from both sides done in one day. 8 hours of closing going to be one long day. Better fuel up for it. That's right. That's right. Now, is that supposed to happen on Friday or Thursday? How is 4 hours of evidence overlooked? There's a lot that they didn't add to the charts, right? I know, please end the cross. They're arguing, we don't want to rest, Your Honor. The government's like, we don't want to rest. Oh my God, my alarm's going off. The judge is sick. Well, the judge is, this is a lot, y'all. This is a lot. We've been at it for almost 4 hours. I know, it's crazy. I'm telling you, people do too much. But those are the bots that we're getting. We're getting a lot of bots. It's not even like somebody that doesn't agree with you. It's just, it's a lot of bots. And if that's the case, they, you know, who hired them? That's the question. And these are not accounts that are old enough, guys. These are literally accounts a couple days old, or months old while this trial started, and they go to different accounts. They go to different places. I wonder, JK Delete, is it gonna be a short? If I would have known that, maybe I just didn't prepare. They said it was gonna be a long day. I know. Quick, give Rabbit a Snickers. Quick, I need a Snickers. Hurry up. They're leaving early today. I didn't see that on the transcripts yesterday. What time are they leaving, Mika? I think they're leaving early. Because this, like, even the sidebars, I'm like, well, why didn't they just do a lunch? Desert says, remember, Duty doesn't like his girls to look too Mexican. Damn. I can't be looking to. That's why I got the Mexican hate that came in here. Talking about watch my back. Ooh. It is a threat, and it's not the. I've gotten threatened before multiple times on this platform. I've actually had to file police reports on some stuff. So, I appreciate this heads up because I didn't even see it. I didn't see it at all. But you know what's crazy is it's very easy to tell. Like I said, the account. I could pull that up actually. Let's see if I can pull it up now. Setting, community. Let's see, because I know it would listen. I hate blocking people. We get too many people that we block. I don't like that. People know that I don't like that, especially because I went through my block list recently. So we'll be able to find out. It's not that serious, man. Find a hobby. Okay. Anyways. Sorry about that. Let me see. Oh my God, Belen, thank you so much for the $20. Here's a little something for the Snicker bar fund. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, Chrissy, how are you? Oh my gosh, what a day. That's crazy. I don't know, Marta. I don't think so. But thank you, Belen. I don't know. I wouldn't be able to say for certainty. You know, at this point, I don't know why. Okay, here it is. And they're back. And they're back. Comey says, in this time frame, did you see any messages between Jane and Mr. Combs that were sexual or affectionate in nature? He says, no. AUSA says, no further question. Judge says, do you rest? Does the prosecution rest? Judge says, or AUSA says, subject to, jurors, take a break. Oh, wait, they haven't rested. What does this mean? They haven't rested. They haven't rested yet. Subject to what? Are they resting or not? Oh my Lord have mercy. Are they resting or not? What's going on here? Is Gina coming through? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. I need to know. What is happening? What is happening? Lord have mercy. I got to get some food, y'all. I got to go get something to eat. Let me see what I can play while we wait. I don't want to play the Breakfast Club because they will tag me up. See if I can do this for now. As much as I don't like Fox.
Subject to a lot of very difficult questions about the Cassie video and a bunch of other things.
Let me go get some food.
You know, they looked at this and they said, it's not worth it. I also think, Andy, and I think this is the real big takeaway from them not putting witnesses up on that stand, no less putting Diddy, is that they feel like they are in a good place. They don't believe that the prosecution has met their burden here. They do not believe that the prosecution has proven that Diddy is guilty of racketeering, guilty of sex trafficking, and they don't think that there is anything that they need to clean up. If they felt like they were vulnerable in some aspect here, I think they would certainly try and clean it up before the jury gets this case. The fact that they are not doing that speaks volumes the way I see it. And I think that, again, they feel like they are in a good position here, and they are in a position where they can and they will get a not guilty verdict.
Yeah, that is true. They're taking a strong stance. They don't want to give any testimony, any evidence for the jury that might sway them in a certain direction. I do want to get into another closing, interesting facet about the closing arguments, because TMZ, you guys are reporting this, that the Diddy defense may invoke the Iran conflict in these closing arguments, as of course they are told, you guys are told, the defense may use the growing conflict in the Middle East as a way to take a shot at the federal case against him. What is this all about? Why would this be important in this case at all? Is this an ultimate curveball?
Yeah, I did not. When when the U.S. attacked the nuclear facilities on Saturday, I did not think that there was going to be a tie-in with Iran or with Diddy. But that's where we are right now. Now it's not a certainty that this is going to happen, but there is some talk right now within the Diddy camp and within their legal team that this was an investigation, Diddy, that was instigated or initiated by Homeland Security. The thought is that they would say during closing statements that, look, there are so many problems in the world right now. Shouldn't Homeland Security, instead of being focused on what they have deemed as being bedroom police here, should they not focus on these real global threats? Could there be a terrorism or terrorist attack that was, initiated by Iran with sleeper cells that are here in America? Should that not be the focus of Homeland Security and not on what Diddy likes to do in his personal life or in his sex life? So that would be the tie-in. That would be how they worked in Iran. Whether or not they ultimately do it, I don't know that it's the wisest idea here. But it's something that is actually being discussed right now within that Diddy camp.
And it totally fits the bill of expect the unexpected in this case, because you just kind of never know what's coming next. All right, so we know we're expecting quite a bit to happen this week, verdict next week. Any other takeaways that you want to know?
No, I would be shocked if there was after. There's going to be a lot of jury instructions, and it's a complicated case. It's a long trial, as we know. I would be really surprised, Andy, if we had a verdict on Friday. But assuming they are hopelessly deadlocked here, they're going to have a full week next week to kind of get down to the nitty gritty here. And I think that we're probably going to get a verdict sometime next week, and Diddy finds out what the rest of his life looks like at that point.
Yeah, we are going to be on verdict watch soon enough. Michael Babcock, thank you so much for breaking it all down. We'll talk over the next couple of days. It's going to be interesting to watch closing arguments, or at least hear the proceedings of closing arguments inside that federal courthouse. Thanks again.
Thanks, Andy. I appreciate you having me.
All right, thank you so much. All right, great conversation there, as always. Rapid fire this week in terms of that. Sean Diddy Combs,
Thanks again, everyone, for continuing to watch with us here worldwide. I'm live now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page, continuing to wait for more Sean Combs updates. So we are in the home stretch here, everyone. We are in the home stretch where we are expecting sometime today for the prosecution to possibly wrap up and rest their case here. We are learning that the defense will continue to cross-examine this current witness, Homeland Security agent, for the next hour. So we'll be waiting for more updates. Right now, again, Sean Combs' defense team trying to poke holes in the prosecution's witness here. Really just trying to showcase, was it always the prosecution's glance there where they say the women in Sean Combs' life were forced into these sex acts? Or could it possibly be that these women did want to stick around in the Sean Combs lifestyle, that they wanted to be part of his life and they didn't feel forced to do it? They just wanted to do it because if they didn't do it, then they felt like, well, they'd just be without of his life. So those are key things that are going on right now here in this trial, and we want to continue to break it down here for you. I'm live now from Fox. Let's talk about the aspect of when the jury does get the case. Remember, it is going to take all 12 that need to come together for a guilty verdict there. If you get one that's on the fence and not going with it, well, that opens up the possibility, if you cannot convince that one or multiple jurors, then you're looking at a hung jury. And that would be a cause for a mistrial, meaning that they would have to ultimately do this case all over again and bring in get a whole new jury and do it all over again. So that is probably the worst case scenario for Sean Combs, because that would mean even more money to be putting up for the defense, even more waiting, even more jails, because, you know, it's just not going to come around fast enough to start a new trial. It'll probably take half a year, and then things get going once again. And here we are once again doing these updates here for you on Live Now from Fox with the special YouTube stream that we are offering. And we thank everyone that is in the chat, continuing to chat it up there. Let us know what you think is going to happen. I know a lot of you saying, some of you are saying Sean Combs is going to walk, others saying that he will not see the light of day. So yeah, it's going to be interesting. Let me know what you think is going to happen here once the jury does get the case here. And then let's talk about the other scenarios. Of course, if it's not a hung jury, it's going to either be a guilty or not guilty. And it could be, you know, you could have some charges that are not guilty and then others is guilty. So, you know, you could get a sweep that's all guilty or a sweep of not guilty. So that's what we will be looking at. Ultimately, it will be very, very surreal, though, if Sean Combs is found not guilty and we see him walk out of that courthouse, because it'll be surreal in the fact of, for the last, year and a half, we've only seen sketch artists of Sean Combs. We know he's gray right now. We know he has gray beard, gray hair. Wouldn't that be surreal seeing him walk out of there, not in a sketch anymore, but in real life?
Hi, everybody. Welcome to BJ's fam. Shout out to everybody, guys. Thank you so much, BJ, for the raid. Shout out to everybody. Make sure you guys are hitting that like button, please, and thank you. I'd appreciate it. I'm just sitting here and eating, watching videos. Let me know what you guys are thinking. Thank you, Chrissy. Shout out to that surprise witness, the raid. Thank you, love. We're just watching and just kind of getting ready, you know, for the next part of this. I'm left on a cliffhanger. Did they rest or not? I've taken a couple bites of my food. I have a lot of questions. CNN is saying that the prosecution has rested their case. That's like, wow, okay. And prosecutions rest their case is what it says 11 minutes ago. Because the way Inner City Press kind of put it up there, it almost felt like, did they really rest? Has the resting really happened? I have a lot of questions. Anyways, let me keep playing this while I take a couple bites out of my food, because I need to. You guys know how I am. I got to eat.
Single witness to be on that stand in defense of Sean Combs. That is why they are definitely not sending Sean Combs on the stand as well. There is some thought that you would, if you felt things were going bad for your team, that you would do a Hail Mary and send Sean Combs up. That is the Hail Mary in so many ways, because when you enter your defendant onto that stand, it gives them the opportunity, of course, to defend themselves right there in front of the jury. But it also then brings up the cross-examination part of it as well. And how would he handle being cross-examined there on that stand, as prosecution would try to be poking holes in his stories, in his claims, in his lifestyle as well. So we'll be waiting again for the major updates here coming on Live Now from Fox. But yeah, so that is why right now the defense feels like they are in the driver's seat. They feel that they have not made the case, so they are not even going to bring up anybody. And we are going to be waiting to see how it all unfolds.
You said acquittal, no.
Now from Fox. Let's wait. Let's look to see if we could get some more updates.
So Dan says they said that they will rest their case after they review their exhibits. That's interesting. So they haven't rested their case? I'm so confused. And I think they're still doing like Rule 29 arguments as well. Wow, this is interesting. Let me see what other people are saying on the YouTube streets, on the streets of YouTube. There's still people gathering. Like Vinnie Politan is premiering. He says, will Diddy shock jury? Will the Diddy jury shock us? Closing arguments with Vinnie Politan. He's also doing his little video there. I do wonder what the outcome is going to be here, guys. I ain't gonna lie. I wonder. There's a lot of I was able to clip something, and I'll show you guys here in a little bit. I have to kind of wonder. Oh man, that's not what I meant to do. See if I can play this. Who is this guy right here? I guess this is an old bad boy guy. Hold up.
Rapper Govt. He had a song called "Make This Money."
Yeah, let's get it.
Can you guys hear
Let's
it?
Get It with Diddy, and that was at the height of the Harlem Shake. Take us through what you've been doing all this time.
I mean, I just came home. I was locked up. I came home like 2024 in April.
Nice.
I've been working, man, getting it together,
So, we got to put it out there. A lot of Diddy's artists don't really mess with him, and you're one that is showing up. Take us through that.
I mean, I'm not one to judge, right? You know what I mean? I can't, in all good conscience say, the brother did whatever. I love him as a brother. I'm just coming to support him,
I love to see that. So do you think that we'll see more people like you and like other artists that were signed to Bad Boy coming out to help him, or or at least show support rather?
I mean, I would like to see it, but I don't know. I couldn't tell you.
Have you been in contact with anyone else?
Not too much. Loon, you know what I'm saying?
Okay, yeah, Loon.
Yeah, he played 4 C's, though I don't know if he's gonna come through.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for chatting with us.
Of course.
All right, ciao, guys. Have a good day in court. For those of you who don't know, this is rapper Govt. He had a song called "Make This Money."
Yeah, let's get it and all that.
Let's Get It with Diddy, and that was at the height of the Harlem Shake. Take us through what you've been doing all this time.
I mean, I just came home. I was locked up. I came home like 2024 in April.
Nice.
I've been working, man, getting it together,
So, we got to put it out there. A lot of Diddy's artists don't really mess with him, and you're one that is showing up. Take us through that.
I mean, I'm not one to judge, right? You know what I mean? I can't, in all good conscience say, the brother did whatever. I love him as a brother. I'm just coming to support him,
I love to see that. So do you think that we'll see more people like you and like other artists that were signed to Bad Boy coming out to help him, or or at least show support rather?
I mean, I would like to see it, but I don't know. I couldn't tell you.
Have you been in contact with anyone else?
Not too much. Loon, you know what I'm saying?
Okay, yeah, Loon.
Yeah, he played 4 C's, though I don't know if he's gonna come through.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for chatting with us.
Well,
All
there you
ciao,
go.
guys. Have a good day in court.
That's one hour. It looked like Stevie J for a minute. Where is Stevie J? Is he not going to show up to trial? I mean, is he? Because I thought he would have been there for support. What happened with Stevie J? Because Stevie J and Diddy they're friends. You know what I'm saying? Like they really are. What happened to Stevie J? I don't know. Is he going to show up? I do wonder. What do you guys think? Let me know. Hold up. Now, let's see what the people of the YouTube are saying. See, there's Sylvia. Shout out to Sylvia. Let's see. Let me see. She got a little mic right there. Let me see if I can go back because she was already early here.
I don't think they're gonna get a conviction, y'all.
Look at this. Shout out to Sylvia.
If anything, would be the prostitution, but they playing text messages of Cassie text message. A lot of her text messages where she's initiating the freak off and contacting the people. They're playing a lot of those right now. So I don't know, y'all. I don't know. And you see, defense is not even putting on anybody. And usually when defense don't put on anybody, that means they don't have to, they're winning. It's like, why beat a dead horse? Why? It's like, why beat a dead horse? Yeah, I put a thing around my thing because it's just like, they're doing a summary and they tired of those videos. They thought those videos was gonna help. Instead, I think it's hindering them. It's really like, you should see them. They're not watching it at all, y'all. They're not watching it. They're like, okay. I'm gonna be surprised. It's definitely, if it's not a full acquittal, it's going to be what do you call it? A hung juror, because I know Summer's not going to convict him. Now, I think the worst scenario for him is the prostitution. That would be the worst scenario that he would get. That would be the worst scenario. That would be the hey, yeah. Hey, CJ. That would be the worst scenario. I'm just being honest of what I see. If you can to read the jurors and the way they're looking, the way they're reacting, not phased at all. Not phased at all. I think the government brought the wrong charges. Thank you, CJ.
People have said this
My hair
before.
just too much hair right now. Too much hair. Too much hair, y'all. Too much hair.
Prosecution has to prove their case. That's right.
They're probably going to split it where both sides get something. So defense not calling. Nope. The defense not calling any witness. Thank you, darling. Appreciate it. Oh, he gave me some water, y'all. Yeah, they charge them the wrong charges. Wrong charges, y'all. Thank you. Thank you.
Enjoying the weather, I guess.
Purification? It does. And it makes you sweat. Yeah, this is purification weather for real.
So
they supposed to rest right out.
Let me go back. Let me know what you guys think in the comments about this whole situation so far. I mean, people are saying different things. Some people feel like some people are there, so they have a different take on this. Now, let's see what kind of jokes TMZ has of this situation. Hold up. Let me see. See if we can get right to the Diddy situation. I feel like I said, TMZ is an insider. They get information that they're not supposed to have of documents that are sealed in this court hearing. Hold up. Let's see. What do they have? When do they start talking about Diddy? As much as I'm not a fan of any of them whatsoever. But I do wonder. He feels like, I mean, Harvey's already predicting what this outcome is going to be. Here it is.
Consent would be a requirement. As for the Mann Act, which is simply transporting a sex worker for commercial purposes of prostitution, their argument is, well, listen to what the sex workers said. They said they were not paid for sex. They were paid for time and discretion.
So time to have sex?
No, time to be with them.
In which case, and during that time, they had sex.
I'm not saying that the jury's going to buy it, but that's what the sex worker said.
You think that's the weakest?
I'm sorry, but this is a very, very desperate type of argument. This is what you hear all prostitutes and escorts say because they don't themselves want to be committing a crime. So you say, no, you just pay for my time when you pick me up, and then I fall in love and we happen to have sex, but that's all consensual, and the money's for my time. This is ridiculous. I think the jury will see through that on the Mann Act. On the other two serious charges, maybe they're right that the prosecution hasn't made a strong enough case, but this is a risky sort of tactic to not put on any defense and try to rehabilitate Diddy in any way and just rely entirely on the burden of proof being too high.
Yeah, maybe so.
Even on the Mann Act, it's not minors. So you have a bunch of consenting adults, right? So Diddy's got a lot of money. He's got some strange sexual proclivities in the view of some people. And what? I mean, he transports sex workers across state lines, allegedly. You know, they have these freak offs. You know, I mean, this is how he likes to spend his time. It's not a bunch of minors.
Yeah, it just seems like bedroom police at this point, where they're poking around what he's doing in hotel rooms, in his bedroom. They're making big deal about lube, Astroglides, baby oil, 6-inch heels.
I think Kid Cudi and his burned out car would say the case is about a bit more than just his sexual proclivities. They built a RICO case.
Well, he's a criminal. He's a criminal for sure, because we've heard numerous crimes, including the Cassie video. The issue is it organized crime or is he a disorganized criminal, which is what the defense is going to say. But what's really interesting, and Austin just hit on this, about whether this is really a bedroom police case. We are told that one of the things that the defense is mulling over is actually invoking the war with Iran. I guess I can call it a war now. That
Oh my
they are
God.
saying what they're thinking of saying is Homeland Security, which launched this incredible offensive against Diddy, at his Miami house, at his Los Angeles.
I feel like TMZ is trolling us with that. I don't know where they said that or where they got that from. Because I think you're absolutely right. Harvey is a tool, is a Kardashian tool. I completely agree with it. But what does one have to do with the other? Like literally, I don't get it. Maybe I need to look into this. Hey, I heard there's something going on, so we're gonna get into that here in a little bit. I'm just waiting for something to happen. And I need to get another drink, so we're gonna do that. But I'm not hot. I'm not hangry anymore. I'm feeling pretty good. We had so many Diddy trolls. I don't know if you guys, I know you guys came from BJ's. Was BJ getting a lot of Diddy trolls? Let me know, because the Diddy trolls are on 10. The Diddy bots are on 10, and I think we blocked a good, I don't know, like 10 or 11, 12 or 13 of them already. Like literally, it's just so much. So much. TMZ is full of caca. That's what I have to say about TMZ.
Angeles house, at the airport, all of these things, that their eyes should be on the Iranian ball, and that this is just underscoring how their priorities are really screwed up.
Right, Harvey. And you mentioned those raids in LA, Miami at the airport. They testified, one of the Homeland Security agents, that about 70 agents were involved on the raid at Diddy's house in Star Island. He's a famous guy. People know who he is. That just seemed like overkill at that point. Like, he's not, where is he going to go? He's not going to run away.
Yeah, but I mean, doesn't the military take care of stuff like Iran? I mean, I don't know.
Well, Homeland Security.
That's kind of a lame argument.
The argument is Homeland Security protects our homeland.
And they're busy rounding up people at Home Depot.
Too, I mean, you got a lot of federal agencies,
they're doing raids now at those sorts of places.
Yeah, oh my God. All right, moving on. So let me go back, because during the lunch, I guess some ish went down. So we're going to get into this ish that has happened. Let me see what's going on. I guess they're still, like, the attorneys didn't really go to lunch. They might still be arguing. Really, BJ was getting a lot of trolls. I'm telling you, they're everywhere. And it's some, like, I had a troll make a threat. My mod, Chico, caught it. Something about, and I quote, and I took a picture of it because we might have to file something with this one. This one specifically, like, I'm reporting on the case. Free Diddy troll. You need to watch your mouth, Mexican, and furthermore, watch your back. So there's that. There was a free Diddy troll. So we are getting a lot. I mean, it's a bunch of trolls, and it's like they're on 10. They're on 10. Okay. So while we went to lunch, let's see. Let me go back, because I want to go back to the original thread. Let's see. Breaking. That was 23 minutes ago. Okay, here it is. Jurors leave. Comey says, all right, here we go. This is the part that I missed because I was so hungry. I said, I got to get some food and go to the bathroom. Okay. Judge says, jurors take a break. Okay, jurors leave. U.S. Comey, we have essentially rested. Finally, they've rested. They're resting. They're rested. They're sleeping. We only may want to move for a few corrections. Somebody, shout out to the people that were putting it in the chat, because you guys did say that. Agnifilo speaks. Are you ready to move? Okay. Shapiro says, we move under Rule 29. Inference is not enough. See U.S. versus Copeland. Okay. Arguments further continue. Oh, why'd you kick me out? Hold up. I got to go back to the thread. Here it is. Oh man, it really kicked me out. Okay. Jurors take a break. Here it is. Inference is not enough. See U.S. versus Copeland. Shapiro speaks. On count one, Mr. Combs is entitled to a judgment of acquittal. The requirements of RICO have not been met. They have not shown the agreement to violate RICO nor agreement to racketeering acts. Shapiro further goes. The enterprise is more than a group of people. The enterprise, proposes here map, the enterprise purpose here map onto the racketeering acts, S trafficking, see the Boyle case. So they're referencing a bunch of cases. A structural feature of a RICO enterprise, a hub, and spoken, the rim. Here is a rimless hub. There's a rimless hub. Okay. Shapiro speaks. There is an insufficient proof to establish this 20-year-long conspiracy. Mr. Combs did not conspire with any other person. They say an inner circle of bodyguards, but they failed to show it. Okay. Thank you. I'm sorry. Listen. Why don't we have any of these bodyguards up on the stand? Can somebody ask that? The inner circle, that's in their opening statement too. I need to know, like, did they cut deals? Let's keep going. Look, I gotta call it out. All right, I do agree. They say an inner circle of bodyguards, which was on their opening statement. For those that don't know, they have failed to show it. There's only thin proof they engaged in crimes. Combs, Shapiro keeps speaking. At most, these were personal quantities of rugs. They used a lot of Astroglide and baby oil and drank maybe some rugs. Jonathan Perez said hotel nights were personal time with the female. Brandon Paul said hotel for the night. David James said he saw a naked man in the hotel room, but thought that wasn't part of his job. The S with Cassie Ventura and Jane sometimes involve third parties, but they were not booked by staff. Well, she's staff. Okay, let me stop right here. I think she would be considered staff given that she was also an artist, but okay. It brought them closer to Combs. Okay. Jane said to Cabral Williams, don't want team to intercept you. And in May, Jane said that she had to wait for the assistants to clear out. When KK and the guards learn of Mr. Combs' violence to Cassie Ventura, it's not racketeering. They did not help. Did they bring her back to the relationship though when she didn't want to go? That can be argued. I will say that. I don't know about this one. That can be argued. They weren't leaving her alone. She wanted to leave. She couldn't leave. Okay? There were instances of such. I will say that on Cassie's part. At least that's what it seems like to me. But let me know in the chat what you guys think. There's no proof that KK knew or thought these women were being coerced. She did damage control. Okay? There's no evidence that Mr. Combs was lying to her. KK is supposed to be the main co-conspirator, but she only appears in March 2016, 12 years in. Oh, I need this argument. Shapiro then speaks. There's no evidence between the breakup with Cassie in 2018 and the beginning with Jane in 2021. Even for a RICO conspiracy, they have to prove a single agreement, and it hasn't been done here. They're quoting another case. Combs further Shapiro says, even if the court denied this Rule 29 motion, some should not go to the jury unless the California law, the government had to show that the information was about to be given to law enforcement. Okay. Back in April, you found lack of probable cause. Mr. Combs was seeking to avoid negative publicity for both himself and Ms. Ventura. There was no police involvement. The guard who testified said that Ms. Ventura did not want to report it. Ms. Ventura said the same thing, as did Carrie Morgan. Eddie Garcia, Eddie my angel, said that the money was for the video, nothing more. Ms. Ventura appeared on a FaceTime and said that she had a movie coming out and did not want this video coming out. The NDA permitted Garcia to report to law enforcement. Why didn't, well, because he wanted the money. That's why he wasn't reporting to law enforcement. Let's keep going. Oh my God. Okay, let's keep going. This is so interesting. Shapiro is, well, let me know what you guys think. Don't forget Robin Greenhill. We cannot forget this lady right here. Okay, y'all. I'm clutching my pearls. I'm clutching my pearls. Okay. On obstruction, they have to show intimidation or threat to hinder or delay. Citing Arthur Anderson versus U.S., there must be consciousness of wrongdoing. Here, the incidents involve Mia and Jane on Mia, which there's not an actus aretus. I think that's a Latin word, legal Latin word for something. Okay. This is about D-Rock trying to get Mia to speak with Combs, but it sounds like a normal conversation until her radar went off. No threats were communicated. All D-Rock said was Puff wanted to talk with Mia. They wanted to say something. PR. Shapiro continues. Her reaction could not have been foreseeable to D-Rock or Mr. Combs. She did not even answer Mr. Combs' calls later that day. D-Rock didn't bring up the money. She did. She said she was out of dollars. D-Rock never acted on it. Who brought in the money? Oh, wow. Well, and don't forget that there was the issue too of what was the issue of did she call Diddy like 4 days before the Cassie lawsuit? She called him for like a job or something like that. Something to that effect. What do you guys think? They're cooking right now. Yeah. Guess we're gonna find out. Are you guys okay? Let me know. The chat's not moving. Are you guys okay? Let me know. Say I'm okay in the chat. Literally, you guys are like a mouth drop. Did y'all eat or what? There's nothing's being said. Okay, I'm waiting. Yes, okay, we're okay. Okay, open mind is like, I'm okay. Yes, all right. You guys are quiet. Listen, defense is doing what the defense is supposed to do. That's their job. Their job is to defend their client. Okay, that's what's going on. I'm just reading. All right, I'm just making sure you guys, because nobody's saying anything. You're shooketh. See, you guys are all quiet. I'm like, wake up. Are you guys awake? Are you guys okay? You don't know if you're okay? I'm sorry. Why don't they bring Diddy security? You're pissed off? Okay, good. I'm like, the chat was literally not moving, guys. That's why I had to say something. Okay. Oh, the chat was stuck. All right. Now I see all these messages coming. You're listening deep. I have to ask you guys. I'm like, is everybody okay? You're traumatized. I'm sorry. I have to ask you guys. Are you guys okay? I just want to make sure because, I'm reading and I'm like, oh my God, what? All right. Okay. Oh God. You're focused. Okay. You've had issues with the chat. Maybe the chat's going a little bit crazy. It's deep, but I mean, the defense is going to defend. That's what they're going to do. Okay, here we go. I think we have an update. No, this is 2 minutes ago. D-Rock said, if you don't want to, all good. The prosecutors characterize these as nice messages. There's no evidence D-Rock or Mr. Combs thought Mia felt threatened. So this is not a witness tampering situation. Dang. I mean, they're not even at lunch, guys. They're not even at lunch. They've been arguing all day. So officially what we know so far is the prosecutors have rested. Here we go. Shapiro further continues with the arguments. There would have to be proof Mr. Combs knew of a federal investigation at that time. There is none. With respects to Jane, they have November 19, 2023, no threats. Mr. Combs said, this is when I need you to be there for me. Okay. Coco's mom, did you just give some memberships? Thank you, Coco's mom. Thank you. If you guys have been blessed by Coco's mom, make sure you guys are putting some hearts in the chat. I really appreciate it. Please and thank you. Thank you, Coco's mom. Y'all, this is exhausting. We were sitting there waiting for more updates, going back and forth, and then now the arguments are starting. You know, you had to get a bag of chips. I'm sorry. I know. Shout out to Coco's mom. She's cute. She's a good supporter of ours. I'm now at work now. No, I'm not okay. Sylvia, thank you so much for the bot butts. What is it? The bot bucks. You need go get more snacks. Go do it. We have time. The prosecutor said they essentially rest, but not the final say. They have the reserve the right. That's right. That's what it sounds like. Oh my gosh. I'm telling you, man, this morning was tough, guys. Oh my God. The drama really started after lunch. It wasn't really so well. We were just talking earlier before everybody got here while we wait for an update. We have been heavily botted. Like, there's so many bots coming in, and it's just some of them want to argue like you're biased or you're this, or you're just reporting on what's happening and maybe giving an opinion. We had several of them earlier this morning. It sounds like BJ might have had them too. They're everywhere. I don't know what's going on. And I don't know if it's because it's the last week of the trial that things are going a little bit crazy. So we're just waiting. And so we're hearing all this testimony from this, government official giving the summary. And it's like, why is it taking so long? Some of the devices aren't working. Yes, the Diddy bots. We have way too many. They're just everywhere, you guys. And it's crazy. And earlier we had one make a threat too. Oh my gosh. So this trial is just so crazy. It just brings in so many things into play and so many characters, if that makes sense. You had to grab a protein shake and a cold pressed fruit juice. I need to get some more stuff. Welcome to the jungle, right? Rabbit, only jurors took a break. This has been going on. Oh, the jurors were the ones that took the break. You know what I mean? The bots was so bad. My YouTube was buffering like crazy. Really? Well, just imagine when they have to read the verdict. Like, just imagine when that happens. Like, this is no joke. Oh my God. Hold up. Mr. Coates was already paying Jane's rent. Shapiro keeps going. There was nothing to the call about it. This is not corruption. Is it not persuasion? Oh my God, I can't even read, y'all. Give me 1 second. My brain is drawing a blank. I could see the word, but for whatever reason, I can't even pronounce it. Persuasion, that's what it is. But I want to make sure I'm pronouncing it correctly. Thank you, Google. Yeah, I'm like, what am I doing? This is not corrupt persuasion. There's no federal nexus. Now they want to argue 15091D. That would be constructive amended, as we'll say at the charge of conference. Damn. And now they want to argue 1591D. That would be a constructive amendment, as well as say at the charge conference. Damn. It's just a lot. I'm forgetting to pronounce words. What do you guys think? You said, I'm very surprised the jury wasn't sequestered. Why wasn't the jury sequestered? What do you guys think? I'm trying to snack healthy, or is it this trial be stress eating? Be careful. This will get you stress eating like crazy, guys. Literally, it'll get you kind of going there. You said he should go to jail. He's a monster. I'm upset the feds are bringing this to the stand. People have said different things. You guys are entitled to your opinion. Rabbit, only jurors took the break. I think I read that. All the videos and not a peep about who is in them. Other than we can assume it's Diddy and a Jane Doe and maybe Cassie. This is crazy. Why weren't they sequestered? That's the question that I have is why didn't they sequester them? What about the VM with the voicemail with Diddy telling Jane to stay on your job? Oh, we're forgetting that part. But I think people have interpreted that to mean different things, like stay on your job or do your thing or, get your head right type of situation. Was that for Jane Doe or was that for Cassie? I don't know, guys. Seems like it's a little bit of everything. We're waiting for updates. Are these people going to go eat? That's the question that I have. I wonder what Christina at Quorum is thinking right now, guys. No update. Thank you. Yes, yes. Hold up. Oh my God, Coco's mom, did you gift again? Oh, thank you, Coco's mom. Just gifted another 5 memberships. Guys, if you've been blessed by any of the people in the chat, make sure you guys are dropping some hearts, some confettis, hearts in the chat. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, that's really sweet of you. Thank you, Coco's mom. I didn't know you gifted again. Yeah, there's a couple people. Hopefully the bots didn't get gifted. I hope not. Franny Law says, hold up, Franny Law. Hold up. I wanted to read Franny's laws and I got distracted, y'all. Sorry. There was another comment that was made here. Aren't there rules of sequestration? I wonder if this case breached the threshold. Diddy was seen in a video yesterday. Was he? So what are the rules of that? What would make them decide whether something is worth sequestering or not? And Donna Smith, thank you so much for the $4.99. I really appreciate it. Thank you for supporting the channel. Thank you, guys. What are the rules of that? He was seen on a video? Thank you, Clickbaited. I tried, man. I'm trying not to lose it my head with some of these bots. The Diddy bots. He was seen on it. I've never heard of this one. Really? Huh. Hold up. Let me see if I could. Do we have an update on our end? Okay, here it is. You said sometimes people will get themselves in trouble on purpose, you said. All right. Shapiro says, anyway, we think the statute is unconstitutional. One forced labor, the statute was meant to enforce the 13th Amendment. It is used for domestic workers here legally or not forced to work. In squaddled conditions? I know what that word is. Squaddle? They're still arguing, guys. They're supposed to be in break. Squalid conditions. Squalid. That's how you say that word. Bam. Here it is. She is arguing. All right, give me 1 second, guys. I got to get something real quick.
Win this motion on acquittal. We will continue to update you here on Live Now. Updates all right here on Live.
Closing statements.
Everyone, we are back here to really discuss, okay, the art of the closings, because we will hear closing. And we continue.
Initiated by Iran.
Very close, because again, this is their case.
Okay.
And we saw them go through witness after witness.
Let me hit pause on that. Let me go back. Sorry, I had to step out for a little bit. These are able-bodied U.S. citizens perfectly capable of leaving. This is what Shapiro is saying. When they wanted to leave, they did. What the two were most afraid of was losing their job. With respects for Capricorn Clark, she continued to work to show she hadn't stolen it. She hadn't stolen it. Stolen what? She continued to work to show that she hadn't stolen it. Not being paid overtime is not forced labor. Capricorn Clark said Mr. Combs told her to get the F out of my house. She says that was crossing my boundaries. She got a higher paying job. Oh, but what was she stolen? Well, I'm so confused. The jewelry. The jewelry, that's right. That's right. I forgot about that. That was the whole thing with why they hooked her up to the lie detector test or something like that, and they took her to a building, something like that. That's right. I was like, what are you guys talking about? What'd she steal? Ham. Yeah, well, KK is definitely a ride or die. Yeah, so the whole jewelry situation, that's what they're referring to. I was so confused. Yeah, so was it a missing? I want to say it was a watch. Why am I thinking it's a watch? They were flying out. It was like on a loan or something like that, and it was a piece of jewelry that was on a loan, and then somehow it went missing, and then it winded up that a lot of people, they did like a shakedown in the property, and then they went to her house with one of the security guys, did a shakedown of her, and then that happened, a whole thing, and then it winded up being that they thought it was her. They locked her up with a lie detector person for a couple days or something like that. Something like that. But yeah. Okay, and it wasn't a couple days. It was like she was there for 8 hours on a lie detector test. Then she had to follow up another 8 hours and ask a bunch of questions on a lie detector test. And the building, she wasn't able to leave. It was something like that. Yeah, for 5 days, wasn't it? A couple days. It was back and forth. And so she was making an argument. I didn't take it. I didn't steal it. I'm sorry, guys. How come I can't? There's just so many details to this that it's like, oh my gosh. You know, it's just one after another when it comes, and it feels like Capricorn Clark was a long time ago in terms of her testimony, but really it was a little over a month ago. We've been at this for this long. And so Capricorn, if I remember correctly, was she working for she was before Diddy. Who was she with before Diddy? She was with the rival before Diddy. And she talked about how she got like a subliminal threat, or was a threat something about she was taken to like a park. Suge, was it Suge? Okay, what Suge? See, this is like, it feels like such a long time, and I'm like regurgitating it. That's right. She worked for the rival. She basically got taken to Central Park and basically said, yeah, if you turn on us, this is what's gonna happen to you, or something like that. Jimmy Iovine, that's right. Oh my God. Is it just me, or does it feel like we've been at this for a while? Let's see. I'm just checking the updates, guys. Make sure you guys are hitting that like. Can you guys hit the like button, please? And thank you. I'd really appreciate it if we get to 1,000 likes. I haven't even said to really hit the like button. Mia was with Mike Myers. That's why Mike Myers was mentioned. That's right. It was nothing to do. That's a good point. I completely forgot. Mia worked with Mike Myers before she worked with Diddy. And thank you, Miranda. Thank you. Yeah, it was like she got threatened to be tossed at the East River or something like that. So they're starting. The defense is coming through. Well, I mean, if they're not going to have any witnesses, they better do something, right? Because I think the biggest mistake, in my opinion, right? If you're going to argue and say that this is not a criminal enterprise, you know what I'm going to do? I am going to bring the HR department from Combs Enterprise. I am going to bring those employees from Combs Enterprise. I'm going to bring everybody that would support the fact that this was not an enterprise. That's what I'm going to do. That's what I'm going to do. Yes, ma'am. Mm-hmm. That's what I would do. Because I want to make my argument, right? Or is it just me? I mean, where do you guys land with this one? Let's see. Where do you guys stand with that? Let me know. Wouldn't you bring? You said they're next? You think so, Aurora? I don't know. They brought no one in, so why wouldn't the defense bring? I mean, is that a bit of a risk? What do you guys think? I think it's a bit of a risk to just not bring somebody in, but hey. That's how I see it, but you guys let me know what you think. Let's see. We're waiting, y'all. We're waiting. Let me know what you guys think in the comments. We're waiting for an update. Okay, here we go. Oh, it's kicking me off. Why, Linda? Okay, Shapiro says, on kidnapping, there is insufficient evidence as to the 2 of the 3 allegations. Hold up. Am I reading? Crossing my boundaries. Okay, there's the crossing my boundaries. Yeah, it kicked me off the thread. Is it having issues? Oh, this is going to be so annoying. We can't do this. Here it is. Show more. Okay, that was earlier. This is so annoying. What is it doing? Is it crashing again? Okay. Not being paid overtime is not forced labor. Capricorn said Mr. Combs told her to get the F out of the house. She was just crossing her boundaries. She says that was crossing my boundaries and she got a higher paying job. There's something going on with the thread. Oh my gosh. Okay. Shapiro says she alleges wrongful termination, presumably because she wanted to stay. Then 50 Cent, okay, with respects to Mia, she had a high GPA. She got her job. She got her later job with Madonna. Why is 50 being mentioned, or is it in terms of pay? So the elements are not met with them either. Okay, 3 minutes. On kidnapping, there's insufficient evidence as to the 2 of the 3 allegations. Even if you credit the U.S. witness, Capricorn, and the lie detector test, Uncle Polly took her to the building. This did not satisfy NY law. Mr. Combs didn't know. Okay, Inner City Press is aware of there's something going on with the thread. Okay, here we go. She went willingly every day. The other, Cassie at London Hotel, she says she was taken there and held there for several days. California law has 4 elements, not met here. On arson of Kid Cudi's car, no evidence Mr. Combs was involved. That, my friends, you may disagree with me, but I feel like there is no evidence that Diddy, and I'm not a Diddy fan, I'm not. But I don't feel like there's evidence that he was involved in this. Somebody said, see, thread is breaking up. I'm not the only one who sees it, so it's breaking up. No evidence. On the arson, facts are facts. That's right. Maybe, like Abraham said, maybe this arson thing was used to lay the foundation between, or the connection between Cassie and Capricorn and Kid Cudi and the situation that happened. But if that is the case, then I just, if that's all it did, I don't necessarily think that it was a, you know, a good thing. Let me know what you guys think. Let me know what you guys think in the chat. I'm waiting for an update, guys. I'm waiting for an update. You said, Rabbit, I agree. I wish they had evidence to connect, but they don't. Tracy, they don't. Honestly, I just don't see. There is no evidence of arson. You know, and it's okay to say that, but I mean, at the end of the day, it's like, I felt kind of strongly. I was totally thinking that they did and they didn't. Because that would have been like, oh, okay, like really, but they didn't, you know? Yes, but, and that's true. They could have, but it doesn't mean that they had, that was the evidence that they had. I mean, they destroyed it. It's the police, and they try to say that, well, and it could very well be, you guys know LAPD is so dirty. We know that, right? Like, we know. We're not defending LAPD whatsoever. But they didn't even have the person that took the fingerprints. They like nothing to really correlate. So I feel like they fumbled on that one. All right. So Shapiro said, Shapiro, on count 2, Mr. Combs would have to know, and I'll focus on his mens rea. It's about what he understood. How could he understand? Cassie says she did the freak off to make Mr. Combs happy. She didn't communicate reluctance. Look at the text. Man. Let me close my door, guys, because everybody's loud. 1 second. Oh, my camera's acting up. I might have to switch the battery. It's acting up. The fingerprints were magically destroyed. That's what they said. But we don't know if that came from while I changed the camera battery, guys. We don't know where that came from. I think that, like I said, I feel like we don't know. And keep in mind, there's a lot of exhibits that we have not seen because they're not available to us. They could have very damning exhibits of everything, but we don't know because we have not seen them ourselves, right? I think it's important to kind of keep in mind. Doesn't mean it didn't happen. We just don't know. We didn't see them. We can speculate all day. I know I speculate a lot, but it's not fact. You know, I also feel like there's so much information that wasn't omitted in evidence. So kind of have to wonder. Yeah, it's almost like the stage glove. We don't know. We just have to be careful. You said he's a horrible person, but that's not sure to prove. That's right. I don't think Diddy's a good person. I think that track record has shown that, but he's not going to trial over him being a good person or not. You know what I mean? We have to do better when it comes to situations like this. Okay. Now it didn't do the green screen. That's okay. But that's my thought. The fingerprints being destroyed, I don't know how they related that to Diddy. I thought that was a pretty weak argument, but that's just my opinion. Okay. So Shapiro further says, in the Intercontinental, the fight happened after the night of S, and there was no S after the violence. The video seemed to show that Mr. Combs, after he got the cell phone, just sits in the chair in the elevator lobby. So no mens rea. The thread is broken. He needs to start a new thread because this is broken. It is kicking us off the thread. Sad face. Sad face. Hopefully he sees that. I'm sure he gets message. He's probably like annoyed, like, we got it. We know. But there's that. It sucks because like the thread makes it kind of easier to follow through, but yeah. If Diddy walks, the world has gone mad. What does that say to other victims who come forward, referring to other celebrities? I don't know. I guess we'll see what happens. How are you guys, feeling so far as how this case is going? Let me know. Let me know what you guys think in the comments. Do you guys feel like, this whole trial is not like, it's definitely, it's been a trip. I will say that. Like, none of us are, it's got its moments where it's a little too much, and then it's moments where it's like, whoa, what did we just see here? Combs to Shapiro. As to Jane, she engaged in S for economic benefit. For example, the house. There was only one incident of violence, which I'll get to. The fraud theory is deficient as to the matters of law. Turk's trip ultimately happened. She wanted to go out to dinner. It's kicking us off the thread. So as to Jane, even the defense is saying that Jane engaged in S for economic benefit. Or was it? Or was it? This is what the defense said. Oh my God. Or was it economic benefit? I have a lot of questions about this. Dang. You think really finding your 40? The apartment area. You think so? Why do you say that? We don't even know, y'all. They said that I told you guys, I talked to some of the lawyers and they said they feel like it's going to be deadlock. Listen, if this man gets off, people need to I would be hiding my identity. That's what I would be doing. I would be very careful. You know what I mean? That's what I would do. Yeah, this one is, I would say that Mia is a difficult one. Lovely one says, I feel RICO was proven and 6 trafficking Cassie because of the 10-year contract and she was his employee. And Mia, Jane is a difficult one. And I'm glad you're saying that, lovely one, because people really struggle with that one. But, again, to each his own, and you guys are entitled to your opinion. The government should have focused on getting the psychological aspects about a victim. You know what, Maggie? And it's so crazy because it's like, I don't feel like they did a good job. They should have gotten a different doctor, guys. That doctor for the government, Dr. Hughes, basura. Like, and I don't mean it in like, oh, to diminish your experience. I just y'all didn't have anybody else in your contracts to hire. Why did you hire her? Like, that doctor just didn't do it for me. It just didn't. It didn't. Honestly. You said I would be strapping a frying pan to get me high knee if he is acquitted. Franny Law. Let's see. Right, Jacqueline. I said basura. That said es la basura. The line of S workers has me so confused. I wish I knew more about the law with that. I have no clue how this will go. Yeah. I think a lot of us don't know how it's going to go. That's the waiting game of this situation. We don't know how this is gonna go. And the thing is, all right. Well, they're still making arguments. And the thing is, guys, like, that's true. The prosecution was limited in the way the things that they could say, but the thing is, I feel like it was the doctor, and I'll say why. The doctor already had a history with this court and other cases. And so the defense, I think if they would have brought somebody new with, good experience, right? Not necessarily in such high profile cases, like weigh in the fact that they're bringing in somebody who already doesn't show that she has biases against men. I think that was the thing that the defense used, to say you have a bias against men. And then she said something to the effect of, I have a bias against abusers. Like I don't treat abusers. So she already had a bias. Whereas the people that don't necessarily care for Diddy, but they want to make sure that there's a conviction based on the facts, you can lose somebody with that. Because it's like, well, what did you hire this psychologist for? What was she good for? To paint what exactly? Because to a certain degree, she did seem a little biased, and her reputation is not the best. She's been in other cases. I don't think she had a good gauge of the people. Okay. All right, here we go. Shapiro says they never allege S trafficking of Jane until they found out she was allegedly a circle incident of assault. That is telling. This theory of fraud is incredibly weak. The fight at Jane's house in LA, the single act is not sufficient. Oh, it's kicking us out of the thread. Okay. That's what she said. This would, Shapiro said, this would sweep a lot of romantic partners. It has vagueness problems. People do this all the time. It's not fraud. Immigrants being tricked into S for green cards is different. He's a wealthy individual, but won't take her on a yacht. Oh my God. Like, you're killing me. You're killing me. Whoa. It's like kicking me out. Show more. There's something going on with Twitter, guys. You know what? I'm going to look at it on my phone. Give me 1 second. There's something going on. Let's see if my phone does it too. Yep. Here it is. So, somebody said the thread is breaking. Shapiro, they never allege S trafficking. They never allege S trafficking of Jane until they found out she was allegedly a circle incident of assault. What is the circle incident of assault? This is telling. This theory of fraud is incredibly weak. The fight at Jane's house in LA, the single act is not sufficient. Shapiro speaks. There's no evidence that escorts came from outside of California. Escorts were paid for their time. Both witnesses say that they were called entertainers. Both witnesses say that they were not prostitutes. Phillips and Hayes, they were called entertainers or escorts. Thank you for your time, Your Honor. Okay, government, they're arguing. Okay. Damn, they're not going to eat. This might go late today, guys. Okay, government is about to argue. Here we go. Let's see what the government has to say. Right. AUSA says there's more than enough evidence. Your Honor can reserve on that. If you like if you like argument, I like a bathroom break. Judge says I can reserve. The defendant should be allocated. Oh, Agnifilo says, give me a moment. Damn. The thread is breaking. Okay, here it is. The thread is messed up, y'all. Okay. So they're still they have been arguing for, when did we go to break, guys? Let me know. Okay, here we go. I think we have more clear arguments over here. They've been a break for like an hour and 15 minutes. Let me tell you what's going on, guys. So, dear Dana, thank you so much for the $5. I'm a therapist. Dr. Hughes was terrible. See? Thank you. I'm like, am I going crazy? Because I don't think that she was great at all. Doctor was terrible. Amber Heard in trial. She was pro Amber. The feds typically don't close unless they feel airtight. Thank you, dear Dana, for this super sticker. But I'm like, I don't feel like she did a good job, guys. I really don't think she did any favors. And yes, they were limited on the things that they couldn't say, but I think it's her own reputation and that follows her too. You can't be. How are you supposed to educate or at least paint out a situation for the jury when you yourself have biases about offenders? Bring in a professional that can give you the scope of both when it comes to offender and victim. Why bring a person who only speaks to one side and then risk the chance for the defense to come in and railroad her because she is biased towards offenders? You want the information to be equal all. That's the only thing I was saying with that. But I agree with you on that. Thank you so much, dear Dana. Okay. Let me keep going. Let's see. Because I think we have an update, but CNN has some pretty good updates for us too. Judge says, Mr. Combs, how are you feeling? Sean Combs is speaking. Here you go. I'm doing great. I wanted to say thank you. You're doing an excellent job. Do you understand that whether to testify or not is up to you? Do you understand? Yes, Your Honor. Is he testifying? What? Hold up. Hold up. He's getting asked questions. The judge asked him, do you understand that whether to testify or not is up to you? Do you understand? Yes, Your Honor. What? Don't leave us at a cliffhanger. Is he testifying? No, we don't know. We don't know yet. We don't know, y'all. Oh my God. Oh my, hold up. Clutching my invisible pearls. The judge is asking him. And the link is broken. And I quote, here you go. It is your decision not to testify. Here it is. The question is it your decision not to testify? Yes, it is my decision. Okay, there you go. Solely my decision with my lawyers. Thank you. Shall we take time to allow stipulations? Yes. Okay, there you go. He's not testifying. I was like, what? Okay. Is it your decision not to testify? He says, yes. This is not updated here. Is it your decision not to testify? Sean Combs, it is my decision, solely my decision with my lawyers. Judge says, thank you. Shall we take time to allow stipulations? Yes. He's not testifying. I literally was like, oh my God, is he testifying? Oh, he's not testifying, y'all. He's not testifying, okay? Yeah, standard question. Thank you. I literally lost it. I said, oh my God, is he testifying? And they're finally calling it a break. Order in the chat. They have to ask for Rule 29. Thank you, finding your 40. Thank you. I literally was like, huh? What? You knew he would? Yeah, but the chat got popping after that, didn't it? Did he only need to meet 2 charges? Yeah, he only needs 2 of the 5. Yes, 2 of the 5, Kim. That's absolutely right. Shout out to Kim. Are you guys okay? You said, Freddie's like, okay, cool. I almost gonna need some ice for the bottom of my jaw. I almost gave myself a heart attack. I was like, wait a minute, what? Oh my God. When he started talking to the judge, I was like, what? What's going on? Okay. The Tootsie Roll has spoken. There you go. Y'all are funny. You guys good? I'm losing it. I'm telling you, this has been a long road. But yes. Yeah, because he did have a conversation. See, it had me thinking. Let me show you guys. Here it is. Did the thing break again? I hope not. It did. It's broken. Inner City Press, the links are broken. I hope you can hear us. Okay, here it is. So the judge, Mr. Combs, how are you feeling today? He says, I'm doing great. I wanted to say thank you. You're doing an excellent job. Saying that to the judge. Do you understand that whether to testify or not is up to you? Do you understand? Yes, Your Honor. So I left here and I was like, oh, Lord, have mercy. Even BJ saying that the judge confirms, shout out to BJ, that he will not testify. Do you understand whether to testify or not is up to you? Do you understand? Yes, Your Honor. And I thought, oh my God, that means he's gonna go for it. Is it your decision not to testify? Yes, it is my decision, solely my decision with my lawyers. Thank you. Shall we take time to allow for stipulations? Agnifilo says yes. And the link is breaking. Whew, we had a moment there. You gonna need another candy bar? Can you imagine if he had, though? You imagine if he had, like, oh my gosh. That would be just crazy. And they're just now going to break? He's not getting on the stand, guys. Twitter was going crazy now, I bet. They were like, oh my God. I bet they were going crazy. I'm laughing because I would imagine that being the thing that it's like everybody. I mean, I would lose in it. That's for sure. I'd have been lost it. Hold up, y'all. We're waiting for an update. So are they going to keep arguing? Let's see, guys. Make sure you guys are hitting that like button, please, and thank you. They're on a break. Damn. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about what they were arguing about, okay? And I think we can go, since we're waiting for an update on the Inner City Press. Let's see if we could stop the share. Here it is. So prosecutors have rested the case, catch up on what is happening in court today. Defense argues prosecutors failed to prove alleged crimes. So defense attorney Alexandra Shapiro, and let me move this over here because I need to read this, has made a defense motion for a judgment of acquittal on all counts. And she is now going count by count, explain how the defense believes prosecutors did not prove each alleged crime. For the racketeering conspiracy count, she said prosecutors failed to show that anybody, conspired with Sean Diddy Combs. There's at best thin proof that any of the other employees willingly participated in crimes with and for Mr. Combs. She said adding the exception was procuring small quantities of rugs for Mr. Combs' personal use. Shapiro said his assistants didn't know much, if anything, about what went on between Mr. Combs and his girlfriends in the hotel rooms. Shapiro argued that Combs actually took steps to conceal the nature of the sexual activity he was engaging in from his employees. The defense attorney said the evidence through the fact that Combs, Cassie Ventura, and Jane booked entertainers and escorts instead of Combs' employees. Shapiro also pointed to several text messages, including some shown to the jury earlier, that show Combs and Jane communicated with entertainers about timing to avoid run-ins with Combs' staff. Now, remember, this is a routine for Rule 29 motion that is typically made by the defense in a criminal trial after the government rests its case. A Rule 29 motion is a defendant's motion for an acquittal on the grounds that the government didn't present enough evidence for the jury to reasonably convict the defendant. These motions are almost always denied. Defense says there's no evidence of ex-chief of staff knew of or facilitated coercion. Defense attorney Alexander Shapiro said there's no evidence that Christina Coram, Sean Diddy Combs' former chief of staff, knew or believed that Combs' girlfriend were being coerced against their will. Shapiro also said there's no evidence that Coram participated in facilitating any crimes for Combs except potential rugs for personal use. Shapiro argued that some messages showed Combs sometimes lied to Coram, even though she was allegedly to be his co-conspirator. That's not the way co-conspirators act with each other. He's like defending KK here, guys. She also noted that prosecutors alleged the conspiracy began in 2004, but Coram did not become significantly involved until around 2016. Okay. Ooh, hold up. Defense argues government failed to prove Combs' coercion or coerce Ventura into S acts. So Alexander Shapiro is still arguing in motions of judgment of acquittal that the government did not approve the S trafficking charges related to Cassie Ventura, saying prosecutors failed to show that Sean Diddy Combs knowingly coerced Ventura into criminal S acts. Shapiro said the jury did not see any text to Combs that would indicate Ventura did not want to participate in the freak-offs. A person in Mr. Combs' position clearly would have understood that, on the contrary, she enjoyed the S activity and did not feel coerced. This is what Shapiro says. She describes Combs' relationship with Ventura as a toxic for many reasons and acknowledged that Combs was regrettably violent towards her at times, but reiterated the defense argument that DV is not an S trafficking. There you go. Shapiro argued that the evidence showed Ventura was not coerced by violence into participating into freak-offs, and that when Combs became violent with her during these events, she left. Okay. The judge said he'll reserve his decision on the motion. Okay. Combs confirms decision not to testify and thanks the judge. Okay. Breaking. No testification. No va a testificar Sean Diddy Combs. Okay, vámonos. All right. The judge is now conducting, okay, he's talking to Combs. So the judge asked Combs how he's feeling. Combs said, "I'm doing great, Your Honor. I've been wanting to tell you thank you. You're doing an excellent job." The judge, chuckling, said, "Thank you. I appreciate it." The judge chuckled, like he's like, okay. The judge asked Combs if he understood that he had the right not to testify and no one can draw any inference if he does it. "Yes, Your Honor," Combs responded twice. The judge asked if he had discussed with his lawyers whether or not he should testify. "Yes, thoroughly," Combs responded. Okay, the judge asked if it was his decision not to testify in this case. "That is my decision, Your Honor." Okay. "And that is solely my decision," he followed up. "That is solely my decision," he follows up. "I mean, it's my decision with my lawyers." Okay. The judge asked if he understood that it was his decision to make. "Yes, my decision. I'm making it," says Combs. The parties are taking a 15-minute break. Afterwards, the defense will present its brief case before adjourning for the day. Oh, man. Let me know what you guys think in the comments. So far, thank you. You said he's up. I mean, a judge. Oh my God. My goodness, guys. My goodness. And we got to pray for it. This is a interesting case. Let me just say that. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Make sure you guys are hitting that like button. Where's everybody at? Are y'all okay? Let me know. Hit the thumbs up if you're okay. Because earlier when I was reading Alexander Shapiro, you guys were flipping out and the chat stopped working. So I wasn't sure if people were here or not. That's crazy, y'all. This is crazy. Let me know what you guys think in the comments. Hold up. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You need a drink? Psh, I need 5. Oh my God. No update. You guys, I do have to. What time is it? They're going to go all night. Okay. I am trying to figure out how to, because guys, you guys know that I have a stop time. Because I got baby bunny and I can't be on here. You guys know she comes first and I got to tend to her. I'm trying to figure out how to read. Oh, did I find it? Did I find it? Did I find it? Hold up. Hold up, guys. I'm trying to do something. Here it is. Okay. All right. Diddy's defense with no witnesses, that's for sure. All right, guys, I do have to go because I got to go tend to baby bunny. But I am putting you guys, hopefully it works. I've never done a redirect. Make sure you guys go check out BJ. I'm redirecting you to over there right now as we speak. Okay, so hopefully if I end this, you guys, if you go there, let me know. Somebody come back in the comments, let me know. Drop a rabbit over there. I have to tend to baby bunny, so I can't be here all day. I can only be here for a couple hours in the morning and in the afternoon. Let me know what you guys think in the comments. I don't know if I'll go live later today, just depending, because I gotta rest my voice. But see you guys maybe tonight or maybe tomorrow. Bye, guys. Hit the like button. Hopefully it takes you to BJ. Bye, guys.